Hello, welcome back to the Everwind Chronicles. We are on episode 59. I am Doug, your dungeon master, and we are a group of friends and storytellers telling you a story through Dungeons and Dragons. So, as we get back into it, the party is in the process of trying to figure out how to defend the city of Elduin. They were had returned to the city of Elduin after kind of resolving some things with the nobility and being declared heroes. The army leaves Elduin to go wipe out the goblin problem. Shortly thereafter, strange white-skinned elves with white hair show up, all dressed in black, saying they are members of the Sable Guard, which is the private guard of Morin, otherwise known as the Raven Queen or the Goddess of the Dead, saying that a line has been crossed and showing Valen a vision of the Temple of Shazran, where they had visited before, as a gigantic 100-foot tall skeleton bursts out of the mountain and starts making its way south towards Elduin amongst a very, very large army of hundreds, if not thousands, of skeletons. And so the party has begun going around trying to arrange defenses and see what kind of resources or people they can persuade, resources they have or people they can persuade to help. Lord Greenwood is proclaimed a war prince, which is basically like a temporary martial law sort of scenario in lieu of the king being gone with the army. And he empowers the party with powers of negotiation. And so the party has gone around trying to see what kind of resources they have, including a disagreeable encounter with the Sacred Face, one of the criminal organizations that worship Mask, the god of theft and assassination and everything else in those lines, along with a few other encounters and decisions, including Easy going with Sister Kiri to recruit Farron, the wizard owner of the Secret Pixie, to go and start using magic to build long, deep trenches up north of the wall, which upon Valen hearing that, decides to head his way north as Asura, Bear, and Stoic make contact, find out where the Smiling Man representatives are doing business at the moment. And so they head into the Barrel District, into a warehouse where they are told the representative is doing business, and they meet with a man who is sweating despite dropping temperatures throughout the day, sweating and clearly nervous as he sits in a pitch black, large warehouse with only a single lantern sitting on the table in front of him. The party talks to him briefly as he tries to start a negotiation with them, but they won't talk to him. And so they watch as the creature that they have met, that Asura had met once before, known as the Bone Man, appears out of the shadow behind them, disappears again, then reappears slowly behind the man sitting in the chair, reaches around in a flash and grabs the man by the throat, completely cutting off all sound as the man struggles without choking or breathing sounds at all, like he is completely just cut off and seemingly ineffectual in even moving his arm as he struggles against this white, long-fingered, black-clawed hand gripping his throat. You watch as the man's face turns purple, and the hand slowly lifts the body up out of the chair and back into the shadow. As you watch the enormously tall, like about 20-foot tall, lanky, long with arms that are thin and long and legs that are just as thin and long, with these angular elbows and knees, and a bone white face with pupilless red glowing eyes and a grin stretched far too wide across his face under a large kind of wide brimmed black hat. He steps around as he sits in the chair, his knees going above the edge of the table, as he takes his pipe, which creates that smell of tobacco and rotting carcasses filling the area from the smell of this pipe. As he sits down and looks at Asura and says, "It is a pleasure to see you again." And that's where we're going to pick things up. As he says that, and you see his head sort of jerk as he looks at Stoic and Bear and says, "And it is a pleasure to see both of you while you are awake."
Thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us personally.
He takes a long drag from his pipe as his lips like kind of contort and wrap around the stem, as he slowly stretches back into that smile and again blows out smoke through his sharp rows of pointed teeth. And he says, "After our previous conversation, I learned more about you. I appreciated your tactics on the battlefield with Kotak."
Thank you.
What can the smiling man do for you?
Well, I don't know if you are aware of what is happening outside the city gates, but a great menace is coming for the city. One that could potentially destroy the city and everyone inside. I imagine that could cause great issues for you and yours. So I was in the market to find a temporary alliance to protect the city. We need men.
Great a menace.
Well, to my understanding, it is a horde of undead come to decimate everything and everyone. So, pretty dire.
Leans forward, kind of like over the table. He says, "Are you afraid?"
I don't want to die.
This sounds like a problem for you.
It's a problem for all of us. For if this city falls, there is nothing left. There is no one left. I imagine in order for you to be successful in what you do, there needs to be people around to do it.
The smiling man is well prepared for every eventuality. They will not fight us, and there are many cities in the world in need of better rule.
Sure, but why would you waste such a great opportunity as this? The city is at risk of falling, and if you and your men were to stand up and, well, defend the city, your names would be known as heroes of Elduin. Imagine what you could do with that.
You of all people should know that we do not desire to be in that sort of light.
I perfectly understand. I do not want to be in that light either. However, now that I am, I have power. Power I did not used to have.
The smiling man is always open to opportunities, but it depends on how good the opportunity is. I wonder if you are willing to pay the price to save this city.
Well, I don't know how much you are asking for, but I do know that I have bartering power here. The city would be willing to pay you for your time and efforts.
He takes a long, excruciating drag from his pipe again, still just staring directly at you, unblinking, always grinning. As he lets it out again and says, "The price for your salvation is simple." But the smiling man has great power at his disposal that could save the city. In return, there will come a time, whether through death or other circumstances, when there will be a need to replace one of the governors of Carandia. The smiling man would make that choice, a reasonable choice, of course.
And what does that have to do with me?
It is the price.
The price is that a person will be on the governor's council.
When the time comes for a new governor, the smiling man will choose the replacement.
That is good for you. Again, I don't see how I am involved in this.
Then I am talking to the wrong person.
No, you're just being a bit obtuse. What is it do you want me to do about it? You have to say the words.
He sort of like leans back in the chair a little bit and is quiet for a long time as he takes another uh, puff of his pipe. He says, I believe you do understand the terms. One should make that decision quickly. But I, for one, hope you do not accept them. It would provide a lot of opportunities for me to expand my collection of artwork. Would you like to see my gallery sometime?
I'll admit I don't know much about art, so I fear that I may not appreciate it as some others might.
I have recently acquired new art supplies. For today has been a day of reconciliation for those who betray us. Like, he reaches over right just outside the edge of the light, kind of pulls back in as you see he's grabbed at the end of a rope, which he pulls down. And above you, you hear the sound of releasing ropes. And as you watch, and just into the firelight, onto the table in front of him and onto the ground in front of the table, you see a whole bunch of dark shapes thud onto the table and the ground. And as one of the sort of elongated objects rolls over and kind of bumps into your shin, you look down to see a severed leg cut at the knee. As you realize that basically a whole pile of body parts has just dropped in front of you.
Do I recognize anybody in these body parts?
There's no heads. It's just parts.
What about hands? Do I recognize hands?
I don't think you'd recognize any of these.
Okay. Like
It's
there's
hard
no
to tell for sure from hands anyway. There's no
well,
like
I know some people who
there's
wear
no jewelry or
Okay.
anything like that on them.
Okay, yeah, because there's some people that we know have very specific jewelry that they wear.
Yeah, there's no jewelry on any of these. There's no clothing or anything. It's just bare parts, various shapes and sizes.
I just like instinctively go for my blade. Don't do anything. Just like put my hand on the hilt.
If you do not wish this city to also become art supplies, I would consider the Smiling Man's Please offer carefully.
In order to consider it carefully, I need you to tell me exactly what it is you expect from me. I want a specific answer to this question so that I can give it the care and attention it deserves before offering a response. I'm not trying to be pedantic. I genuinely need to understand the specifics.
You hear a creak of the chair as he stands up. Sort of like not to full height, but he starts to kind of get into that crouched position again as he steps backward again as he starts to step back in the shadow behind and says, "Consider well. It would be terrible if while you fought, the dead were able to find another way into the city." So you see his face sort of fade into the shadow as the red glow of eyes lingers for a moment and then fades into black.
I get up from my sitting position, brush whatever body parts that are still near me away from me. I turn around and I stare at Stoic, and like my eyes flint like completely red and then completely black and then back to gold. And I'm just like, I don't know what he's talking about.
I think he just is either going to kill a girl soon, or when one dies, he wants to pick their replacement. In return,
No, I got that, but I don't understand what that has to do with me or any of us. Was he just letting us know what was going to happen? Like,
no, I think that's the deal he wants to make with the king, and we're kind of here on behalf of him.
so he wants us to put our weight behind whoever he picks?
I think he wants us to agree that the king's going to let him pick the next governor.
Well, how would I do that? I don't have that kind of power here. I have financial power, and even then it's tenuous.
I mean, we could go back to Greenwood, but there'd be no guarantee by the time we returned he would still be willing to make a deal with us.
I'm more concerned that he's going to let the undead sneak in through back sneaky alley channels in this fucking building, because I don't even know where all the sneaky places are in this place.
I did kind of feel that way, but...
And we don't have that many bodies to be fighting on every front.
So we either say yes with no proof we can deliver, or we go talk to Greenwood and return. Or we say no, but then we run the risk of this threat.
I don't like being manipulated like this. It's the reason I've never joined any of these types of groups.
I will point out, this is why Bear and I failed horribly.
Mm-hmm. It was not easy.
We ran into the same kind of situation.
I feel like I don't... Is there a better choice? I feel like I don't have one.
I feel like I can't. We have homes here, but I don't consider this place my home, and I wouldn't feel right messing with the political hierarchy.
This is not my kingdom, so part of me does not give a shit who's in power here, but at the same time, I don't want to see people suffer.
For the record, I don't want to do this, but it seems like we're kind of stuck. We don't really have a choice. I mean, I do agree with Stoic in that I don't want to kill a governor, but as far
I'm
as
not killing anybody.
right, that's fair.
I mean, we know I like to do that sometimes, but I'm not just going to be killing people.
Yeah, no, I agree completely. But as far as picking who he wants in power, I mean, I feel like why not give it to him?
Because we've seen what kind of people they are around here.
Also,
Right.
know if we have that authority.
Well, he doesn't know that.
True, but when it's not allowed to happen, where does that put us?
True.
It puts us as body parts on this floor.
Yeah. I'm not, again, not trying to be sarcastic or anything, but who else can we turn to?
He killed that guy, right? I know he was strangling him, but like he's dead.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you watched him choke the life out of him.
Okay. I just wasn't positive. Okay, we left the messenger here. I would say give us 2 hours to get him an answer, but can I cast dancing lights and send the orbs out so we can get a better look of the room that we're in and make sure we're alone or not alone?
You can try. So you cast dancing lights as these orbs suddenly appear in front of you, and you're just sending them in different directions.
Correct, where I would believe the 4 corners. I kind of just want to survey the room and see if it's empty and if we're alone.
Okay. So you send it off and into. Let me something real quick. Okay. So you watch as the lights go out in these different directions, going out across what looks like kind of blank stone floor, and you notice that it's almost like the darkness is sort of almost resistant to the lights, and it is illuminating an area, but it's not quite as illuminative as you might normally expect. Almost like the darkness is sort of pressing back against it. But you watch as like this, it goes off in like one direction, and till it eventually, like quite a far ways out, down, hits. You see it kind of stops at a wall, and it goes another direction, and it's going pretty fast as it goes out across this empty floor, and then you see it pass something very quickly. It seems like posts of some kind as it continues on.
Like wooden posts?
I bring it back to closer inspect the posts. I have like full control over them.
Yep. As you do, you bring it back and you see, and you only see a couple, but you see it seems to be like a section of a row. As you see these kind of wooden posts stuck into the floor, and a rope kind of tied at the top like a noose, going down and wrapping around the neck of torsos without limbs.
I think I found where the body parts may have come from. Nothing else in the room that we see? Like no people?
So the third one, we'll just say you send backwards, I guess, and like back behind the chair and everything. And eventually it crosses even further, like probably. Yeah, you get the impression this is quite a large warehouse, and it's probably 150, 200 feet away, where it finally hits a wall, and you feel like you're seeing like the edge of a door that direction. Along the way, you see, going backwards, along the way, you see reflections briefly, and as you pause for the lights on your way, you see kind of a reddish reflection of kind of reddish liquid in pools in different places as it makes its way across the floor.
Did we tell you, Asura, what? Like I guess I'll say we told you what the Sacred Face told us, and what they wanted out of the deal.
Yeah, you told me about it when we were back at the war room.
Okay. So then I leaned down, like, at this point, would the other option, that's more doable, you think, than this?
We're already in a tight bind here. I'm just going to step forward and like bellow my voice using thaumaturgy, and I say, we shall have an answer for you in a few hours. We need to confer with some individuals first. And then I'm just going to turn towards the place where we entered from.
Yeah, I mean, I follow.
Yeah, you just hear the voice kind of boom and echo through this large warehouse, and there's no response.
I follow around when I walk backwards.
I just start walking back towards how long until I'm supposed to meet with the others at this point? Like, what is the time since?
Let's see. You have said 2 hours. We had left off at, so you probably got about an hour and a half to meet before you meet with them.
I just start walking towards, like, away from this district, towards just like some sort of like semi-public area, but then like find like a alleyway or something just to walk down. Like, I'm just like not focused on anything around me.
I look over at Stoic and I tell him, you stay with her?
I actually think you need to there.
Oh, okay.
If we want as As long as you're okay with that, Asura. I know you're shooken up, but you and I can communicate.
Can you just come to the alleyway with me, please, both of you?
Oh, sure.
I thought we were. I'm sorry. We were following you.
Are we tucked away somewhere that's like not like publicly visible?
Make a perception check.
I'll let you go in an alley by yourself.
No, of course not. 19, 20, 21.
Okay. Takes a couple minutes walking down the street, and the mostly empty barrel district here. So you eventually find yourself kind of an area that doesn't seem to be visible to anyone.
Cool, good. I just like walk down the alleyway. I wait for the two guys to come near me. I just grab them both and I just start like hyperventilating.
I just like it's like kind of like rub, like it's all right. Okay, just let it out.
What am I supposed to do? This is not the type of world I am from. This is not the bullshit that I am from. We don't slaughter people like this. You go after the baddies and you just rough them up a little bit. Or you kill them quietly, one and done. You don't just make like a little disgusting fun home of body parts. I can't do this. I can't be this person. I can't be this like super scary, I'm going to murder you and be all evil and quiet. I can't be this person. What the fuck am I doing? I can't be this person.
All right. You don't have to. It's too much to ask of you. If you don't have to be this tiefling.
What does my tiefling have to do with this? I'm sorry, I did not mean to yell at you, but that seems like a very racist thing to say right now. It's nothing to do.
Well, I didn't want to call you. You don't have to be this person, but I know you're not a person, so I was trying to, be respectful. You don't have to be this thing, this character.
Literally all I know how to be.
Not that person, obviously. And I don't think we need to deal with the Smiling Men.
Yes, but now that they know that we need help, they're going to use that to just fuck this city. They're going to get what they want no matter what. If it's not us, it's through some other means.
Deal with it as it comes. Just like
we
do
don't have
else.
we don't have the people power to go up against people letting in the undead through secret channels.
We don't have to. I personally want to do everything I can to stop innocents from dying, but we can only do so much.
And I'm very wary of getting in bed with them. I try to get in bed with people I don't like, and we need them. You are correct, but this is not a deal we should make.
We're not the ones that let this evil root in this city in the first place.
Yes, but I don't want my name attached to it.
That's why we're not going to work with them.
I feel like everything is my responsibility. I mean, it's our responsibility. Why is everything our responsibility? I'm so overwhelmed.
I know.
We can only do what we can do. And partnering up with somebody like that is beyond what we can do.
I'm not going to be the one who makes that choice for this city. We're going to go talk to Greenwood. We still have time. I still have time to talk to the other group.
And I really do think, comparatively speaking, what they want is a lot more doable. They just want to get away with some crimes, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, they want us to look the other way. But in the future, for an undetermined crime, is the problem. They may be the ones that kill the governor that the Smiling Men want to replace. So...
Why can't you all just have normal thieves guilds of just people who like to pickpocket and cause a little bit of mischief. Why do you have to hurt the scared ones who want to hurt people? And I know I say that as someone who has literally killed people and cut off a man's genitals on the battlefield. I understand the hypocrisy of what I am saying.
Not for 1 second do I think you're a hypocrite here.
Oh, I am definitely a hypocrite. I judge you constantly, Bear, for things that I do the same thing.
Oh, well, I mean, I guess in that case, yeah. But I'm saying you're not like them. In that sense, you are not a hypocrite.
We are fundamentally the same in regards to we work outside the law to go for things that achieve our own outcomes. What happens is the moral fiber of it all gets very messy very quickly, because my moral code and their moral code are obviously two very different moral codes.
Exactly.
Oh, I want to throw up. I want to throw up, and I want to hide, and I want to just disappear. I just want to disappear I just want to disappear.
Why don't you take a moment before who are we meeting next?
We are meeting the secret,
Yeah.
The masks with no masks? Those guys?
It's not what, never mind. I need to talk to Greenwood, and I'm just gonna start walking back towards the castle.
Well, hold on. What I was going to suggest is you and I are able to communicate. I could talk to Greenwood so that you don't miss your next meeting. Because honestly,
we still have an hour and a half. I have so much time before our next meeting.
I don't know where we are in the city and how long it takes to traverse. So
It'll take you a little bit. I would plan for about half an hour back to the castle. Like basically there to have a short conversation, reasonable conversation with them, and then back to your meeting place would be about an hour.
So I'd still have about 30 minutes. Like I won't be late to my meeting.
Yeah, but this
Okay.
conversation with Greenwood is not going to be a short one, I don't imagine.
well,
I'm going to give him the details.
little.
Stoic, if you want to stay and you iron it out, we will talk facts, and then you can tell me what the decision is so that I can tell them what the decision is.
Yeah, because I don't think the masked people and me jive very well.
Well, no. Try to threaten them. It doesn't work when you try to threaten them.
It works sometimes.
Mm.
Look at Colonel Oak. I bet you he punishes a lot more criminals now.
I bet you he's going to let us die on the battlefield if he has the option today.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
I bet you his men are not going to protect us if the opportunity arises for us to just die.
Yep.
Well, as long as they protect the civilians, I'm okay with that.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, but I would like to not die this time, because unfortunately, I don't have the luxury of coming back this time. And I do kind of give Stoic a look that's like,
How many times do I have to save you?
apparently quite a lot, because I am the squishy little one of this group, so.
Well,
It's like, I did just get Chumbawamba the other day, so there's that.
you did. But to be honest, now that I've met the Smiling Man, I kind of hate Colonel Oak even more.
Why?
It's his responsibility to keep those people out of this city.
Oh.
Last time, if you remember, that's why I have issue with him. Because when confronted, he just acted like he should let them in the city.
I thought you had a problem with him because his men beat me up in an alleyway.
Well, I do, but I didn't find out about that till after.
No,
I
you found
got in a
about
fight
that.
with Colonel Oak.
Okay. Well, I need to go. We have to go. We have a timetable to keep. So I'm just gonna hustle back to the castle. But I'm gonna definitely be like super aware the whole way walking back, like who's around me, who's following me, who's watching me, like is there anyone who looks like out of place when we've literally told like civilians to go hide in their houses and stuff. Like, who's being super sketch right now?
Roll a perception check.
Well, that's the same one. 14 plus 7, so it's 18, 19, 20, 21.
You as you walk, you see a lot of kind of fear and chaos as people are rushing and trying to board windows and travel from one place to another, or try to pack up goods and different things like that. You do occasionally garner attention, so it's kind of hard to tell for sure if somebody's watching you in particular, if they're just people who recognize somebody who's recognizable now. So you're not entirely sure if somebody's paying like unusual attention to you, of that sort. There doesn't seem to be anybody following you that you're aware of. But yeah, you make your way eventually back to the castle. Valen, you make your way north of the wall, and north of the shambles, where you eventually attracted by a commotion as you walk over and you see Easy, Shishikiri, and the wizard, the kind of old, hunched over wizard Farron. As you watch and see a large amount of earth just suddenly lift up into the air, as you hear Farron saying to Easy, "No, what am I supposed to do with all this dirt?"
Oh yeah, you see, all this earth is supposed to be, shows around in the way where you make a nice deep, trench for us, yeah. So you can move it, you can take all the extra dirt and just, you toss it off to the corner if you want.
Yeah. Well, if you say so. And you see this large, like, just huge, like, chunk of earth, just basically kind of get tossed up into the air, is where it breaks out into a huge amount of dirt, just raining down on the shambles, like just covering all these shacks with dirt.
Okay, so never mind. I say, when he brings it up, I want you to pull it in the way where it makes, once you make the trench, the extra dirt goes out on the outside like the letter V, like it's Victor, yeah. V. No. Yeah? Like a.
Well, I don't know anyone by that name.
Oh, okay.
I can put it where you want it.
Yeah. So we're on the north wall, right? Just outside the palace. And basically, yeah, pushing out from the edges of where the corners of the palace hit. That's where the dirt line is going to be pushed out.
Yeah, feel free to draw on the map if you want to.
Ooh, yeah. Right. So, yes.
How many feet?
Yeah. Go ahead.
How many feet of can he move earth?
Let's see. He can do.
Because I forgot what it was like.
It's a 40-foot square, so it's basically like 20 by 20 by 20. So you're looking at, let's see, it lasts for 2 hours, 10 minutes, 20, 240 feet. He can cast it twice, so 480 feet total.
Mm-hmm.
How long is the north wall from corner to corner?
Up there?
Yeah, you see where I'm drawn?
Yeah, that is going to be, let's say about 1,000 feet.
Well, what do you think, Easy? We're not going to be able to cover the whole of the north wall in a trench.
Well, I'd say is that we can get it as long as we can, yeah, and then takes the edges and then makes a big hill on the sides, yeah. So makes it like a funnel, yeah, like you drink the wine out of on fun parties. It's a wine funnel. You know, had a wine funnel before.
I have not, but I'll take your word for it. That's must be what you do at the learning institution that you were attending.
We just all the crazy wizards would do wine funnel nights. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it's a great time.
Aaron kind of like looks at the hole, like the trench he just created, and is like, "You're gonna need a lot of wine for this."
Yeah.
Yes, I was hoping that we could get some holy oil to fill the trench with, but we are awaiting information on that.
Yeah. But that's okay, yeah. I mean, a trench is better than no trench, yeah. Saves us time.
So we're going to have, if we're going to do this V, it's going to have to be about 240 feet on either side, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
So you're trying to funnel them to the royal palace?
Yeah.
That back wall.
To the back wall, yeah.
Okay. All right. So at 480 feet. Probably, let's see, it's not terribly.
Is this farmland, by the way? Like what crop
Yeah.
destroying?
Yeah, it's just corn.
Corn? Okay.
So you're probably looking at maybe that much. It's probably a little generous, but something like that.
Gotcha.
Well, if we're late
Perfect.
fall, then the corn has already been harvested, correct? If we're in late fall.
To be honest with you, I don't know much about farming, so sure.
I
Say
guess
it's
I has a
former
name.
cornland.
Okay. Former corn. As I'd say, we're gonna call this area the cornhole. Okay, we shall protect the cornhole at all costs.
And I'm not there, so I was just like, but what if someone does not want to enter the cornhole?
Cornhole. Oh my god! All right, we've established the cornhole. All right.
All right. So we'll protect the cornhole from your undead whore with a trench full of wine.
Yeah. Yes. Are you going to join us up on the wall, Farron? You're gonna be with us as they come.
Why?
I think since you'll be you're a great warrior, right? I heard you've done many great adventures in your past.
Do I look like a warrior?
Yeah, you threw me out into the street, yeah, into the wall. That's very warrior-like, yeah.
Well, you must know some very odd warriors.
Would you like to join us, yeah?
Against your undead whore.
Yeah, against the undead horde, yeah.
I feel like I need an explanation for that.
Roll a persuasion check.
All
Yeah,
right.
Valen, you're hearing this kind of nonsense conversation
Yep.
for the first time.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I still have the dice set in their nat 20 format from last. I didn't touch the dice since last week. I rolled. Have not touched them.
Oh no.
I did way worse. I was.
What was it?
It was only I rolled a 3 with a +2, so
Oh,
Yep.
they weren't as. It was very close to a 19 though. It rolled to a 19, and rolled off to a 3. So it's going to be one of those nights.
So it's a 5.
It's a 5. Pretty bad. Persuasion.
He says, well, I don't think that sort of thing really interests me. Quit drinking a long time ago, and, well, I never really was much for that sort of woman. So, especially if their name is Victor.
I don't blame you. But we'll see you again, yeah. It's a secret pixie one day.
Kiri says, Master Farron, look, I don't know what he's really talking about, but I can say this, that, if you stay, you'll probably see some really interesting magic. She's going to try to look for you.
All right. What are the... mention the Sable Guard. Yeah, do that.
You can, if you want to.
Oh, yeah, I'll mention this. Yeah, have you ever heard of the Sable Guard? Yeah.
Sable.
They serve the Raven Queen, Morrowind.
Do they now?
They do.
And they're the ones who are attacking?
They're the ones that informed us that an undead horde was attacking.
That's not how you pronounce it, but... Well, if I could meet one of them, I suppose that would be somewhat interesting. He kind of thinks about it for a second, and skill rolls. Try to see what her persuasion is.
I'm sure she's very charismatic.
Got a 23.
Whoa!
Hey,
She
she's charismatic.
is. I'm gonna let her talk from now on.
Oh, sorry, 22, but still. I did my math wrong. She rolled a 19, so.
Oh, okay.
He goes, okay.
Yeah, this is great. Yeah, I'm so happy you're going to be with us. So let's enjoy some time up on the wall. Yeah, let's go there and see how our friends are doing.
Just tell me where you want me.
Yeah. So we go back to the palace. March on our way there. What's this thing?
Sure.
Do you think this is a good idea?
Which part?
All of it, yeah. Are you having a good time? I'm having a blast.
Well, the threat of imminent death is upon us, and we're having to do things that are kind of all outside of our comfort zones. But yeah, sure, good times, good times. I think the plan is probably the best that we have.
I'd say imminent death is always upon us at all times. That's how you can get through life, pretty happy, I guess.
Especially us. We tend to find ourselves in those situations.
Yeah,
So
that's true, yeah. But
more than your average person.
interesting, yeah. I haven't been in a castle fight before. I'm kind of excited. but yeah, let's head back and see how the friends are doing. See if they talk to our, I don't know, all the evil people in the city. We'll see how that went.
And so we need to find a place to put the catapults so that we have those at the ready.
Yeah, it's a good idea. Yeah, who's is that? Kind of oak?
I don't remember if that was oak or greenwood. I think it was oak, wasn't it?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I believe you had asked them to place it on the north wall, like north of the palace, right?
Yeah, I think I was going to try to get two of them and maybe put them right there and right there.
Okay.
Wait, can you ping that again?
On the corners right here and right there.
That's going to be behind our trench, right?
That's
Behind
still going
the
to be
wall?
behind our trench.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Sweet.
I couldn't remember if we had already talked about the catapults or not, but either way.
trying to figure out how to. There.
I just had a strong visual of Easy as a drunken pirate as the ship is going down, just singing sea shanties. What do you do with the drunken sailor?
What you do with the drunken sailor?
That's pretty much easy.
Some
Yeah.
morning. No, I'm gonna. As we're walking back, I'm gonna put my hand alongside Farron and tell. As I ever told you, Farron, about the story about I kills a necromancer with magic missile, yeah. And keep walking along.
All right, so you tell them about that.
Hey, Doug, while you're messing with that, could you show us on the map the range of the catapults?
Sure. So the catapult. So you're probably looking at there's basically kind of like it's similar to a bow where it's like there's an effective range and then a like disadvantage kind of range. So you're probably looking out, till roughly around the edge of the trench for kind of normal fire. Sorry, my mouse is going all over the place here. So like right about there, give or take, and then double that, to roughly about there for like the extended range at disadvantage.
So then on those side catapults, could they fire and clear the shambles? The ones on the left?
It depends on where they're firing.
Okay.
The shambles are basically, where they're not really authorized buildings. Like people just do it. And so when you're planning a city, it's like you got to plan from the wall and do what you can. You can't really like accommodate unauthorized buildings. You know what I mean? It's like you get the impression in a siege, those things are gone anyway.
Well, that's why I was asking, because I just was trying to get a gauge on how far out they would shoot.
How many catapults were we able to get moved?
Well,
2.
you're about to find out. They said at most 2.
Okay.
All right, so as you guys all end up, within a few minutes, more or less, of each other, kind of always all end up back at the palace. You hear Greenwood kind of talking with various people around the war table in the throne room that's been set up, as people are kind of coming and going and everything like that. And you hear Greenwood just giving orders and taking in information and making decisions and basically taking full control of the situation. Basically making sure people are kind of barricading the houses where they can, making sure that that they take in anything valuable, all that kind of stuff. That and he's in the process of trying to decide, where to post different soldiers and anything to make the best use of what limited resources they have, because 200 men is not a whole lot to defend a whole city. Before you enter the throne room, as you guys right outside the throne room, you see a couple of people kind of waiting outside that you recognize. One of them is a small, kind of older gnome, and the other is a kind of dusky-skinned, bald person in kind of reddish robes that you recognize from the mine that you
Toss the gnome.
that you rescued. Yeah, toss the knife.
Listen, I didn't mean to almost kill him, okay? I was just trying to protect him.
Throw him down the stairs.
I just grabbed and moved him. I didn't realize the stairs were so close.
And now it's a forever innuendo.
No.
Excuse me. Hello. Do you remember me?
Of
Yes,
course.
yes, I apologize. I've forgotten your name. But I don't remember.
It's Edric.
Edric, that's it.
No problem at all. And of course, you remember Bethrin.
Bethrin, yes.
The bald man just nods. I've been well. He kind of looks around at the guards and different people kind of walking in and out of the room. He's like, "Can we step aside for a moment? Is that possible?"
We are on a very tight schedule, but yes, of course. What can we help you with?
Well, and he kind of beckons you over, kind of down the hallway a little ways, just kind of stepping out of the way, and kind of gathers you up, and he says, "Well, I've been sent by mutual friend."
Mm-hmm. Yes, you don't have to.
Oh, well, I'm told that's what you do when you're trying to convey something that, like a secret message that you're probably going to...
No. Yes, continue.
Oh, well, I'm not sure if this is going to be any help, but maybe. Well, you see, after our last unfortunate business together, I went back to my research as I do, and I began researching the curious skull from the temple, and well, as I feared at the time, I believe it's a seed giant. One of the first from whom all giants descended.
You don't say.
Yeah, well, I'm afraid I do. It's actually quite fascinating. Very special being, the seed giants, where they were, they have strange power. Bringing him back would have required immense preparation and time, and it would be quite interesting to have had the chance to get to know him if we had that sort of power to access his thoughts and that sort of thing. And you see Bethrin sort of make a gesture at him, and Edric said, "Oh, yes, of course. I'm sorry. Well, look, yes, enormous preparation, which would probably explain all of the runes that you saw covering his skull. Listen, what I was able to uncover is that the historical records of Shazran's activities seem to, that there were rumors of such powerful creatures that he was preparing, but it apparently wasn't completed before he was defeated." It rhymed. Sorry. It would seem that, someone might have used his staff and completed the ritual.
Yes, it would seem that way. Would the person who completed the ritual need to continue to actively engage with the ritual, or now that it is done, it is active? Is it one of those things where you have to maintain concentration?
I doubt it. The amount of concentration for something of that power would be enormous. I suppose the ritual probably did the work itself. It just probably took a very, very long time to complete. To build from scratch, I should say, probably took a very long time. The completion itself might not have taken that long, depending on how much of it was done and how much had yet to be completed. But, and you see Brethren gesture again. Listen, the important thing is that, as far as I can tell, there's much that's not known about the magic, as he was very... Well, he was very creative, we should say. But it seems from what we have uncovered about the sort of magic that he used is that it seems that within a spell like this, well, there's a certain calculation, certain mathematical formulas one used for that increases with size, and well, long story short, by my calculations, I think there would probably be perhaps about 3 key runes somewhere on the body of the skeleton. Might be hard to discern, but under the light, it would seem to have a reddish tint to it. But if you destroyed all 3 of them with sufficient damage, well, then I believe the whole spell would fall apart.
That is very useful information.
Would you be interested in having a continued conversation with the leader of the Sable Guard?
The Sable Guard?
Yes, the Sable Guard.
Like from Morin?
Yes, like from Morin.
Like the Shadow Kai who swore eternal pledge of allegiance to the Raven Queen. That
Yes.
Sable Guard.
That one and the same?
Who's on first?
They're here.
Yep.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Follow me. And I'm just going to wave to the guards who are like working at the door there with us, and I just like walk in with them and just like walk into the war room with them.
You do, as you see Bethrin kind of roll his eyes a little bit and follow you. As Edric is just like just kind of bouncing along behind you, like nervous and excited at the same time. As you enter the room and see you see Greenwood doing his thing and getting reports as one of them, as he turns and he nods at you briefly as he turns to a soldier who had come up with a report. He says, "And where do we stand on the catapults?" And the guard says, "Well, sir, that one of them was in an apparent state of disrepair, and it did not survive the move, but we were able to get the other one in place, and it should be assembled within a matter of a few hours. We are going to try and repair the other one, but they tell me, without some of the senior engineers that are with the military," and Greenwood said, "Yes, I understand." "Very good, thank you." And he turns to you guys and says, "Tell me you have good news."
Do you want the good news first, or do you want the bad news first?
Just report.
I point to our friend Edric and Bethrin, and I say, we need to connect these gentlemen with the leader of the Sable Guard to discuss the runes upon the giant. And I relay that information, and then we have another piece of information that I do not know if you want me to say in the middle of this room.
He turns and you see kind of off to the side the two elves, the leader and the bald kind of one wearing black robes, Ithrek and the other one that you've never got the name for, Ithrex, sorry. The like kind of standing off to the side, almost like they're talking, but their mouths aren't moving. And
so weird.
You see, he kind of gestures over to them, and Edric is like, "My, they look. Well, they certainly look the part, don't they?" And you just see like Bethrin grab his the shoulder of his shirt and just start dragging him towards them. We're going now. Okay. And he goes over, and as they start to talk to him, and Greenwood, not like kind of shakes his head as he pulls you guys over, kind of out of the way, to the side of the stairways, like almost near an exit door to the side of the room where there's nobody else. And this is, what is it?
I give him the lowdown about the smiling men, and about like what it is that they want out of this deal, and more importantly, that they have threatened to basically like open the secret passages into this city. Whether they mean to actually do it or not, I don't know, but I am too anxious to call a bluff like that.
That bastard. I'm afraid it's things like this as to why he's been able to get into the position he's in. What is your take on it? Any of you?
I
And we
don't
don't
like
work with him.
He's a monster. There is no doubt about that. They create a mindset that is one of disgusting manipulation, but it is not stupid. They are not just blood-hungry savages. They know what they are doing. And they know the power that they can inflict when they have access both to monetary resources like they already do, and then political resources. This is not my bread and butter. I am not politically minded. So part of me is like, whatever, if you want to put somebody in a position of power, whatever. Because there's more than one governor, there is more than one ruler. But giving them any sense of place of prominence that they can start to become legitimate in their dealings, I don't know what they will do with their legitimate above board actions to help facilitate their truly nefarious things. In a city run by people who are willing to slaughter people just for the sake of maintaining power, that puts every citizen at risk.
What rumors of this bone man? Is he as bad as they say?
He's probably worse. He is certainly unsettling.
What's your take, Bear?
I don't think we should do it. I understand the practicality of that we need his men, but if, again, I don't like making deals with people of his nature, and any kind of help, we don't know what kind of help we're getting from him. I mean, if he has like, a 200-man army waiting in the corner, that's one thing, but I doubt he has that. I don't know what if we put them in power, what were they going to do on the wall?
I'm more concerned about his ability to navigate through this city. He knows the inner workings of this city physically.
Right. I mean, I understand that. I know that's not an easy decision. I've thought about it. It's just my opinion. We should not take him up on his deal.
The moment you give in to people like that is the moment you will forever be in their service. And I would rather not be that person.
We do have another option me and Stoic failed at talking to the Sacred Face, but we might have another chance if Asura doesn't mind talking to them again.
I can try to see if we can at least get access to the resources. But again, they don't want money. They want somebody who is willing to vouch for them. They want somebody who has political sway. They want to play this political game, and this is not the game I know how to play.
I guess, do we
So
have...
I'm more concerned that if I put my name down as their advocate, I've already been on the hot seat once for making decisions that were outside the law. If I put my name down again, does that risk this team?
Well, let me be clear. I've given you authority to negotiate on our behalf because of the circumstances. Any mistakes that are made are falling on me, not you. I have faith that you're going to do the best you can, but this is ultimately my responsibility.
As it stands, they want clemency for a crime they've yet to commit and won't let us know what that crime is. And I'm afraid that now that we may have angered them a little bit, if we go back for negotiations, the price may be higher.
Well, that is why I will go back.
So the question then, Lord Greenwood, how many get out of jail free cards are you comfortable giving?
And where is the moral line in the sand? Because that is what I will try to figure out, is what is the morality of this group? What am I saying that we will give clemency to?
Kind of falls silent, kind of stares off into the distance for a moment. He says, if I had it my way, none of these organizations would exist. But they do because they are clever, and because if they are smart and show some amount of reasonability, they can survive. Whereas organizations that are pure violence never do. Not for long. So there will always be some organization or another like it. And of course the Sacred Face has been around for thousands of years because they serve Mask and they have principles. The Smiling Men are far more powerful and probably more powerful as allies, but they ask a much higher cost.
Well, when this is all over, I would gladly help you rid the city of them.
Well, first we have to make sure there's a city to rid them from. I have distaste for dealing with such men, but my father raised me to be pragmatic. And I fear the old saying is true that desperate times call for desperate measures. Try to find out anything they are willing to disclose about the nature of these crimes that the Sacred Face wish to commit. We need to put limitations on it. I cannot sanction murder or anything especially foul. And whatever they are looking for, there needs to be limitations on it in terms of time. So try to do your best to discern what they're wanting, and if what they're wanting is not directly harming the citizens physically, I will leave it to your judgment. And I would rather deal with the Sacred Face than the Smiling Men. But if I will leave it to your judgment.
Can I try to figure out what he bit his tongue about? Like, was he like holding
Sure.
something back, or was he just?
Yeah, make an insight.
Oh, that's an 18. 19.
You can see, and kind of backing in what you know about Greenwood from so far is he seems to be, he seems to be that mix of, he's like that strong kind of leader who is a mix of considerate of the people that he's ruling while also being extremely pragmatic, and that also means sometimes doing bad, like things that are less than ideal to get things done, to make sure, kind of like what you saw with like him making, buying information from Kotar. That he's kind of like he cares, like he's what you've seen is this guy who's like cares, but he's also willing to be pragmatic, and it seems to be some sort of like wrestling along those lines. The like the city faces utter destruction, and he's trying to determine what the price he's willing to pay is.
Quick sidebar, just to test my memory. Whatever happened to what's her name? She kept all the notes for Kotan.
Keeper.
The keeper?
The keeper wasn't part of the agreement is that she was gonna like try and take over the leather hand?
No. She had no interest in.
Okay, that's what I couldn't remember. I thought like we kept it a secret, and then she was going to try and.
No, after you made the deal with her, Rolo showed up, and you sent the keeper off with Rolo to Hedressa.
I just didn't know if we had any sway with the new leader of the Leather Hand, if there even is one. Like, so.
Yeah, I mean, what you've heard, what you know of, is they seem to have been wiped out. Like the Smiling Man moved, like pounced on it. So did the Sacred Face to a degree, but the Smiling Man got more out of it. There was a lot of turmoil in the underground, a lot of kind of, rearranging, we'll say, involving violence and all kinds of other things as things settled into a new norm with 2 powers instead of 3.
This just proves it even more, man. This really is medieval Gotham. Like, you knock out the Penguin, and then all the Penguin's guys are like, man, screw this. I'm going to go work for the Joker. I'm going to go work.
Yeah.
Like, you see the same bad guys, like, working for every, like, main bad guy.
There's like a Hank.
And oh my gosh.
Fucking Union's going to hear about this.
Yeah, no, the last you heard of her was she was going off to Hedressa, and it's the last you know of her.
I'm just going to go and get myself ready to go to talk with the Sacred Face.
Before you like walk away, do you still? I know I don't want to be there in the meeting, but you said earlier you might want me as a bodyguard, a distance away. Do you still want that?
Well, I said they wanted Stoic a distance away because he could change his face, but
Oh, right.
I don't care who comes. You just can't be seen. Like, you just cannot be observed.
I mean, I can't.
The reason I asked Stoic is because he can talk to me.
Right. Stoic. I mean, it might make more sense, honestly, in that case.
Yes, but I can talk to you, but if we're in the same room...
No, you're not coming in. You're staying nearby in case I need to call for backup, but you're not so close that...
Understood. Yeah, I can do that. And to be honest, if you'd be willing, I can speak to you as well.
I mean, it would be helpful, actually.
If you want to stay further away. Just sign right here. And I pull out the creepiest book you've ever seen in your life. Little smoky hues coming off of it.
Oh,
Like everything looks like it's written in blood. Cover might be human skin. You don't know.
Pretty wicked symbol on the front.
Was it Necrocomicon?
yeah.
Necronomicon.
Yeah, the Necronomicon.
That guy.
There we
yeah.
go. Yeah, there we go.
Her book.
Yeah, if it was like a man's journal.
I don't actually. On second thought, I don't know if I want to do this, Stoic.
I understand. That's why I haven't asked you before, but it takes a lot of trust. I understand.
I trust you. I just don't trust the powers behind this book yet.
Well, I can only have 4 names in it. And if I add another, one must be erased. And I currently only have 2. So,
3 names.
oh, is it only 3? Okay. So if it makes you feel better, the next person who writes their name in this, your name would go away. I think I get to choose, right? Or is it the first one? Is it like? Thought I have to choose.
It doesn't say anything about erasing. You just write up to 3 names on the page.
I think you only get 3 slots. I think that's all you get. I don't think you
Yeah,
get to like erase.
I'll look back into it. I'm pretty sure that a new name can be added if one is removed. But I can look deeper into that at another time. Bear, I won't push you, but it's up to you.
If you want to offer this to Valen or Easy, maybe see what they want to do. We've made a lot of deals. I don't want to make any more deals, if I can help it.
Yes, you can magically erase a name.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought.
But thank you. This is a very good idea. I'm not that place yet.
Does anyone else want to come with us? I'm assuming you 2 are there.
Are we there? I figured
Are
we would
we?
still be.
I don't know.
Because it.
Yeah, I said you guys had reconvened.
Oh, okay, so I
Within a
thought
few
you.
minutes.
Oh, okay.
I thought it took several hours to do the move Earth thing, so I thought we were still out.
Same
that's
here.
a good point, actually.
I thought we were out there for a bit.
Yeah, you're totally right.
Oh,
'Cause that's about 4 hours just for the
Yeah.
moving, and then
Yeah, exactly.
another hour coming and going, so about 5 hours. Yeah, so you still got a ways to go.
Sure.
Yeah.
Thanks, Valen. Really honorable.
Gotta tell a genuine story, man. An honest, genuine story.
I was in the same boat. I was like, man. Really?
Hey! Didn't you say there was going to be a quiz today?
I did my homework last night. Can I turn it in?
Oh, that's funny.
Valen was that kid, wasn't he?
Actually, no, I wasn't. I shut
Okay.
my mouth.
Valen.
Man.
I guess I can stay here, and Greenwood, if you think of anything last minute, I can run and tell you, Stoic.
I have an idea.
Okay.
I'll find a way to let you know if things go south.
Okay.
You'll know it when you see it.
Can you be more specific? Do I need to listen for something? Do I need to look for something? Like what?
Remember, the walls are very well insulated, so sound does not travel super effectively inside this castle.
We just need to pick up Carl along the way.
Carl!
You're gonna send Carl back here if things go south?
It's my plan.
Okay.
We've since my changes, we've deepened our bond quite a bit.
Okay. I will wait outside the gate for your message if it comes.
All right.
Yeah, let's go.
We need to get Carl and bring him with us.
Okay, we'll stop by Elduin. We'll stop by Greenwood's Manor, because that's where the horses are stabled.
You've got a little bit extra time, so you'll have time to do that and head out to that meeting. As you do, as you exit the throne room, you see sorry, I've got so many notes for this, all this stuff here. Yeah, as you do, you see a woman, a very young woman, probably maybe 16 or 18 at most.
Oh, wow.
With kind of long, kind of dark brown hair pulled back into a ponytail that still, even in a ponytail, goes back halfway down her back. And you see her dressed in robes, like what look like pretty new robes for children. As you see her make her way, as you guys are leaving through the castle, she kind of intercepts you as she's making her way inside, and she says, "Hello. I am Elora Windus, and I have been sent by Archpriest Octo to provide aid if you need it."
Oh, perfect.
You see, as she gets closer, now that you get closer to, you actually see she's not a girl, she's an elf. What looks like a wood elf of sorts, and with just the kind of, that sort of like almost greenish tint to her skin that wood elves possess. And she says, "I have only recently been appointed a priestess of children, but I assure you I will give my very life to defend this city and all the life that remains within."
Inside check.
Yeah.
I don't need one. She meant every word of it. She's brainwashed.
18. 17 plus 1, 18.
Okay. As far as you can tell, you just see zeal. Like, she is passionate and very simple.
Mm.
He said
You
you
always get
assist
them
us
so young.
in combat.
Well, I am to assist you in whatever it is you require.
How many diamonds do you have?
Diamonds. I have rid myself of all worldly possessions for the sake of service to children.
So you can't bring people back from the dead, is what you're saying.
As I said, I'm only recently appointed as a cleric. This is a bit beyond my power at the time.
Gotcha. What I am saying is that more than likely one of us is going to die. It's just probability at this point. So, I guess just be ready to save some people from their own stupidity. Welcome.
I will do what I can to assist you and protect you and heal you with what meager abilities I can offer. But I am certain that if you do, if the worst should happen and you do fall in battle, then if you have served well in this life, then children will reward you in the next.
Yeah, or whoever that guy is that called me daughter. And I just like walk away. Like, I'm just like, I don't have time for your zealous youthful exuberance. Even though, like, if she's like 16, 18, I'm only like 21, 22. So I'm not that much older than her.
Yeah, but she's like 18 in elf years. Like, they don't age as quickly.
Yeah, they're babies.
Well, it makes it hard to detect what her actual years in age is for an elf. It's she just appears to be that. She's obviously young.
Well, welcome.
We'll definitely need your help in the upcoming fight, but where we're going now, I think it may be better for you to stay with our friend Bear here.
Y'all go. I got this. We're fine. I'll talk to her.
She'll go where I'm needed.
Well,
Carrie says, "What? Where do you want? Where do you want me?"
Wait, Kiri's here?
Mm-hmm. No, she's with.
Yeah, she's with.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm still mixed up in my. Who is where here?
Time is
Time
but a
is
construct.
relative.
You know, it is what it is.
That's true.
Timey-wimey, wibbly-wobbly.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just say...
Timey-wimey stuff.
Yeah. I just say, Allura, for now, why don't you go inside the throne room, go talk to, I guess, Edric and Bethrin and the Sable Guard, get acquainted with those guys, then we'll come back and make a plan.
She'll do as you say.
Thank you.
It's an honor to serve with a paladin as renowned as you.
Oh, I'm renowned? Oh, wait, I am renowned. Yeah, forgot about that.
Bear, you still need to meet your other paladin friends.
Yes.
Don't forget.
Yes. Did so you just came from the temple, Laura? I assume the other paladin, Silver Flame, did not show up yet?
Well, not that I saw personally, but there have been many comings and goings. It is quite chaotic.
Okay. Okay, yeah. Go ahead and go into the throne room, and yeah, we'll meet up a little bit later.
As you wish.
Thank you.
She turns and walks quickly into the throne. So guys, start making your way out to eventually make your way to the location that Rolo set up for you for the second meeting with the Sacred Face.
After we get Carl.
Okay, so you swing by and grab your horse, Carl, and make your way through the city that continues to be in turmoil, and you just people rushing around as you notice the temperature is continuing as time goes on, as the day progresses, the temperature continues to go down. As you start it's basically like winter is coming here. And has just decided to
Unbranded, not branded.
Yep.
Yep.
So it's,
Don't so sneeze.
so you eventually make your way to a different area, actually in the Waterfall District, which, as you discover, the Waterfall District is where it is very, as an area, is very, the whole city is very tight and kind of pushed together, but the Waterfall District a little bit more. There just seems to be taller buildings and more like narrower streets and that sort of thing. But for all its compactness, it is not impoverished, but it's also not rich. This seems to be, if there is a middle class area of Elduin, this would be it. This is where you're just seeing kind of lower merchants and company representatives and things, farmers and things like that, living here. It's kind of an okay part of town. But you eventually make your way, through basically down, winding your way through these streets and end up in down at the end of a street that dead ends into what looks like what maybe once was a tavern, but is closed now. Where the sign's been removed and boarded up, but as instructed, you can see that the door is actually unlocked and open. And you make your way inside. And as so just to be clear, Ashura is going inside and the other two...
I'm back at the city gate.
Yeah, it's just me. I've disguised myself to look like a stable boy,
Okay.
and I'm staying out there with Carl,
Okay.
and she's
So you're
going
staying
in
outside?
Correct.
So, sir, as you walk in, into this kind of darker room, you see a couple of candles have been lit in a few different places, as there's like a little bit of sunlight coming through a slat in between the boards at the front, but mostly it's dark inside. But in that little bit of sunlight, you see a little girl start to run out towards you with an armful of books, but then stop short as she looks up at you. She's like, "Oh, it's you. Just hold on one second." And she turns and runs away. And after a moment, you hear a woman's voice coming from kind of the back of the tavern area. As she says, well, if it isn't the most famous thief in all of Carandia, squarely where no thief should be. And you see kind of walking kind of into the candlelight, you see a woman in kind of dark, simple robes with a hood kind of pulled up as kind of dark curly hair kind of spills out of the robe a little bit, and she kind of like kind of gives you a look up and down, not like disrespectfully, but just sort of evaluative, and she walks over right over to one of the candles that's kind of casting some light on the back wall back behind the bar. Like it's kind of sitting on what was the bar, and it's now empty shelves, and like or shelves were, I should say, just an empty wall. She starts to make a shadow puppet from the candle of a bird, and she says, "You're right where no thief should be, right in the light."
Unfortunately, yes.
Your companions and
light-
I had a conversation earlier today.
So I was informed. I don't know why they thought that was a good idea to speak with you the way that they did, but I would like to extend my apologies for their roughness and lack of tact.
Yes, indeed. Birds are delicate creatures, and you have to be very careful to keep them from flitting away. She makes the gesture with the shadow puppet, making the bird fly out of the light. And she kind of gives you another kind of slow look up and down, and she says, "But you seem to be one of a little bit more my style. Shall we play a game, you and I? Somewhere on me is a pouch of 100 gold. We'll have our conversation and negotiation as normal. But if you can walk out of here 100 gold richer, I'll give you what you want for free."
An intriguing proposition. What happens if I fail?
Well, then that's what the negotiation is for. And, well, you'll lose.
Would not be the first time. And then I'm gonna do like a hand puppet of a scorpion.
Okay.
Or some of us are just not birds.
Scorpions can be quite frightening, I suppose. But then I suppose that depends on the size of the bird.
And then I'm going to expand my hand outward from the light so that my shadow grows in size. They can truly be quite terrifying if the bird is small. However, if the scorpion is small, it can still hurt the bird, no matter the size.
See. But if you were such a big, scary scorpion, you wouldn't be afraid of being stomped. And she kind of reaches up, above the candlelight, and comes down with a boot in her hand, making a shadow of the boot coming down on the scorpion.
And while it happens, I put the tail up of the sharp point and be like, unfortunately, sometimes if you kill the scorpion, you kill yourself too.
Well, then what need have you of I?
Well, like any good scorpion, they know when to strike and when not to.
And they
I have no
do.
interest in striking against you. You have done nothing to hurt me. So why would I hurt you?
Well, of course not. But you're not here to make nice. You're here because you need a big bird.
That is true.
You know, I imagine we could ask for a great sum of money. But you ought to consider it a mercy. The king's treasury is bound to be stretched thin with so much crisis constantly plaguing the nation. She changes her hands again, showing this real deftness of hands and fingers as she makes the shape of a dragon flapping its wings, and then another which seems to be sort of like a stick figure with a little bit of a stagger, like a zombie, kind of stumbling along. Did your friends tell you about our request?
I understood that there was going to be a deal of an unknown exchange in the future.
Well, all we're looking for is a bit of shade from the coming sun. And you know that to be Thieves' Camp, like a code for kind of a standard deal that you see sometimes worked out with city guard, like police figures or owners or something like that, where it's basically like a turn your eyes and look the other way kind of deal. Of we're obviously going to do some shady stuff. Just want you to look the other way. Protection.
And I would be willing to speak to you about the shade that could be offered. However, we just want to make sure we are on the same page, as it were.
Well, there's all sorts of delicious opportunities that can come from something like a war, especially in areas of the city that are normally far more protected than they will be.
Yes. This is a prime opportunity to take full advantage of really an unprotected playground.
So we do see eye to eye.
The question more comes into the shade that comes down the road. Who gets hurt by this shade? I do not know your people very well, but I imagine you do have a moral code that you abide by.
Now the question is, who do you care that we don't hurt?
Those who cannot protect themselves.
That's a subjective thing, isn't it?
There are more obvious ones than others. Those without the financial capital to protect themselves from a city that thrives on finance. Those who are young.
Come on. We both know that even the young in certain areas are fully capable. Not by choice, mind you, but I was forced to kill my first man when I was only 7.
I was a late bloomer, but I was raised without a roof. There was no shade in the desert.
Well, let me just say that beggars have nothing to steal. It's not worth our time to steal from the Ash District. There are far more elevated prospects that will be particularly vulnerable with their guards being commandeered.
If you're interested in just taking trinkets, things to sell, honestly, I do not care. What I care about is when those trinkets are used to hurt people.
You must have grown soft indeed if you consider stealing from those who have to give to those who have not has become distasteful. Or perhaps you're starting to fall for their world. And you see her make a what looks like a kind of a figure of a man with a sword and shield. And then another one that impressively looks like a couple dancing in a ball.
It is easy to be swayed by things, shiny bits, comfortable beds. I recognize where my funds come from, so I understand the game I have to play, now that I cannot hide in the shadows. But I do not care if things get stolen, to make sure those who don't have things can have things. I care when things that are stolen get turned around to use to hurt people, slaughter people. That I do not abide by.
I think you are getting soft. But let me comfort your increased, elevated sensibilities. We're not asking you to commit a crime, and we're not going to be killing anyone. Well, of course, unless there's self-defense involved. But we're not. This is not a move of an assassination, if that's what you fear. We just want to take advantage of the situation to, well, to say it quite frankly, to get a little bit richer. And she reaches into the shadow and pulls out a pouch that kind of clinks a little bit. She stuffs it in her pocket. Says, "Would you deny such a golden opportunity?"
Of course not. If it's just about money, I do not care. And I'm happy to provide shade.
Well, very well then. Do we have a deal then?
I do have one question. Where I am from, those who follow your kind are said to be, excuse the language, sycophants. Perhaps that is just where I am from. But I have seen the way that they use the young, and I gesture towards the books and stuff like that. Obviously, we all have to find safety in one way or another. But how do you use your young?
People underestimate youth all the time. And the thing is, youth is only a vulnerability if you don't know how to use it. Mask wants to teach even the youngest how to take care of themselves, how to take advantage of the world around them so that they're not taken advantage of for being so small or perceived as weak. Would your childhood not have been better if you had been stronger?
Cannot look back at the past and imagine what if. I am a product of what I was, and now who I am.
Well, we don't accept fate. We believe in taking control. And teaching everyone who follows Mask that they are in control of their own destiny, even if that destiny has to be stolen from another. And if that destiny is stolen from another and they fail to protect it, then they didn't deserve to have it in the first place.
Perhaps I am getting soft. I don't know if that is a failing, but perchance it just means that I have entered into a space that I was not best suited for, or best taught. But I have found that working with others has made me stronger in a different way. It has also made me weak.
Stronger in some ways. Well, we all tell ourselves things to allow us to sleep at night, don't we?
That we do. Where are the books in relation, or like, in this room, are there like other doors?
Yeah, there's a door kind of to the right, like back behind the bar, like, or past the bar, I should say, not technically behind it, but like kind of to the side, where it probably led into what was the kitchen at one point.
Is there anyone peeking or like listening to our conversation?
Make a perception check.
That is, perception is plus 7. That's only a 15.
Not that you can tell.
Okay. But that is not the only part of this conversation that we were going to have. Obviously, there is a bargain here. I'm not just going to give you protection for free. There is something I will need back in return.
Mm-hmm.
My understanding is that you can perchance point us in the correct direction of a large quantity of holy oils and other items that could be used to fight against this impending doom. Is this true?
Indeed.
And would you be so kind as to point us to these items to best defend the city?
As long as we have a deal and you get what you want, and you see her kind of hold up a little vial that seems to be empty, up in the shadow, kind of creating that hand holding the shadow, and then we get what we want. As she reaches out and plucks another bag of coins that kind of clinks
While she's doing that,
without being stabbed in the back, as she pulls out a dagger, holds it in the light for a second.
I'm guessing this is all my stuff, correct? Like, does this look like my stuff, or is it just like anybody's stuff? While she's doing this and she's like doing her hands, while she's doing this with her hands and while she's up, I want to lean forward to observe it and then put my hand to find her gold.
Okay. Do a sleight of hand check.
Use this dice. Okay. Sleight of hand is 20 total.
20? Okay. So you basically lean forward to look at the knife and everything as she's kind of drawing it through the light, slipping in to the pocket of her robe and seeing indeed a pouch of gold. As you pull it out, she doesn't seem to notice.
I am going to as it's coming out, I'm gonna whip my tail around to this other side, like basically like while my hand is coming out, my tail is gonna come forward and I'm gonna put it in the light. And I'm gonna smack my tail on the table so that the little sharp edge comes out.
Okay.
If you were to ever be stabbed, I would always stab you in the front. It is always important to see where it's coming from.
Those do-gooders really are rubbing off on you. That's
They
not
are.
fun at all. Well, do we have a deal then?
A little bit of shade for a lot of bit of oil.
Yes.
There will be a timetable for that shade, though. It is not indefinite.
No more than a day, maybe 2.
2 days.
It's a deal.
And while that is happening, as like I bring my tail back around, I want to touch my side to see if I can feel anything missing. Like I'm like wiping my hand to like shake her hand, but I'm actually like checking my side to see if there's anything missing.
Yeah, one of your daggers is missing. Like your mundane ones.
Yeah, I figured. And I will say this, your ability to make just things magically appear out of nowhere is really impressive, especially when they magically appear out of my pocket.
Well, it wouldn't be a very good representative if I didn't know what I was doing.
That is fair. May I have them back, please?
Well, I think you lost the game, so...
I shake the coin pouch.
Yes.
You just said I needed the coin pouch.
What I said was 100 gold richer. Are you 100 gold richer?
I have 100 gold.
But are you richer?
Is not the richness an objective term? Richness is the friends you made along the way.
You see, although I obviously didn't have time to count, it seems like I'm walking out of here 100 gold richer. Even after the loss of that little pouch.
I will accept the rest of my things back now. Your deal is still struck. You said I could have the deal for free if I won.
Mm-hmm.
And if I did not win, then the deal was struck. I have struck the deal with you. You have shade for 2 days.
And we do have a deal indeed.
So I will have my things back, please.
Whatever do you mean? That's
I will
not how
have
the
my
game
things
is
back.
played. If you couldn't
I will-
protect your own, then you don't deserve to have it.
I will have my things back, please. And I'm going to start to turn my eyes to look like scorpions with like the slit bits with the dark.
You don't want to go ruining a new relationship now, do you?
Not at all. That is why you're going to so generously give me back my things.
I'll let you have your dagger back. But it would simply be against all of our principles to let you have something that was stolen fair and square, unless you can steal it back from me.
I only care about the dagger. You can keep the
Good.
coins.
Good. And she flips the dagger as it kind of tosses and lands on the bar, kind of sinking a little bit into the bar.
And I'll put my dagger back, and I'm going to check my weaponry to make sure there's nothing else missing, weapons-wise.
Yeah, no, as far as you can tell.
Okay.
You do notice, as you're checking some things, that your coin pouch seems actually lighter than even what she seems to have stolen. And in a flash of an instant in your mind, see, you realize that the bags of coin she was pulling out of thin air seemingly were probably yours. But still, those bags doesn't match up the lighter nature of your coin pouch. And just out of nowhere, your memory goes to the Azure Grove. And when you walked by the tree made out of shadow, that as you walked by out of the peripheral of the corner of your vision, you remember it seemed like branches were reaching out to you, but when you looked, it was just still. And somehow you think you lost some coin that day.
You are all very good at using the dark to your advantage. I will say that.
Well, thank you. I believe what you want will be found here. And she hands you a scrap of parchment, which has a very kind of crude map leading you to an area kind of marked with an X.
Thank you. I did have a question, though.
Mm-hmm.
Where is your group? How do you feel about the smiling men?
One cannot help but have a certain amount of respect for the influence and power they've gained. But they are obviously enemies.
What if I had some information to give you about your enemies?
Well, that could be interesting, depending on the information.
Interesting enough to provide me a little bit of information?
Well, that depends on the information given and the information desired.
As you notice, I am getting a little weak. And I don't want to continue that trend. I could probably use a little refresher on my training. Get a little bit stronger. But I will say that joining you as a full-fledged member is perchance not in the cards for me.
How disappointing.
You don't want someone who's as bright as me in your spaces.
There's always use for anyone in any sort of light. So you want some training. What sort of information do you offer in return?
Well, as you know, just like you have said, there's great opportunity right now with the lack of internal structure with the security right now. However, I do not think that the Smiling Men are looking at it in quite that way. They like the havoc that they can wrought upon the city. More so, they have decided that it is better to watch this city burn than to make sure that it can survive long enough to engage in whatever activities that are good to engage in during a all-out siege. They have intimated that they are willing to open up every secret passageway in this city to let the undead run amok. And I do not think that is a smart idea. I'm sure you know these secret spaces too.
So what information are you offering?
They are considering gaining leverage on the entirety of this Elduin capital. Power to influence law, power to influence its future, power to influence every aspect of the political system. Because they want to put their own up on the council. And if they had somebody in that position, there would be no hope for anyone else.
It would be quite a nuisance. You have to hand it to it. I don't know if you play cards or not, but when betting, one of the best strategies is to put someone to a decision for all their chips. It seems like
Yes.
he's doing the same to you.
That he is, and I will admit, I've never been a betting woman. As you said, I am soft.
So I'm still a little fuzzy on what you're offering.
They want to buy a seat on the council for whatever they want to offer us.
And are you going to give it to them?
I have not given an answer yet. I definitely do not want to. I think they are all sad, sick, twisted individuals. However, they are right in that myself and those I work with do have power to make decisions, to influence who has the power on the council. Perhaps we can guarantee that there is no way that their people can ever get a seat on the council, so that they cannot go after you.
Ever?
I cannot make a promise that lofty, but I can certainly guarantee that I could say no to the plan that has been put into place up to now. Because if I say yes, there is no hope for the future.
So you wish for a little bit of training to brush up on your skills, and in return, you don't make this deal with the smiling man.
I imagine that would put us in better graces. A friendship formed. Or I could just say yes and deal with the consequences.
Roll a persuasion check.
Oh no. I'm not great at persuasion. I'm okay, but I'm not great. 19.
Wow. It would indeed be quite a nuisance if he were to place a man or woman in a position of power. Though I imagine he has other schemes to do so. Anyway, that man has schemes upon schemes. And I can't blame him. If I had the opportunity to put one on, to name a governor, I would greatly desire it as well.
I never used the word governor, so can I gauge if that was just like, if she actually knows more?
No, that was my mistake.
Okay.
Well, I'll tell you what, I will agree to you and give you that, but you should know, if you change your mind, and you see, a little bit of personal training doesn't seem powerful or persuasive enough to me to ensure that you don't change your mind. So know this. I will make this deal with you. You refuse the smiling man, and I will train you. But if you should change your mind, then I'm afraid the Sacred Face is not going to... Well, the Sacred Face is at war with the smiling man, as well as his allies.
Understood. Very clear. I will add this then to the pot, because we know how soft I have become. My friends will forever be off the table for any scheming or nefarious activity. You will not plot against them. You will not steal from them. You will not hurt them in any way. For if I break then our contract, they also become fair game.
As for the first deal, we're not. Your party is not who we're interested in. As for the second deal, it is my understanding that your party acts as one in most things. So if you lot, I will not have one of you deciding to go make this deal with the Smiling Men while you sit there and say, well, I had nothing to do with it. You will be treated as one in this as well.
Understood. I will make that clear to them that if they try to act against you, they hurt themselves too.
Done.
It has been a pleasure conversing with you. I've learned a lot in our time together.
It was the Defender Asura Vapula.
Please do not
can-
use that term around me.
Oh, sensitive. You'll come find me at the Temple of Mask after all this is over. Assuming there is a Temple of Mask after all this is over.
I can tell you this, and I mean this with all sincerity. I will do all I can to protect this city and every person inside of it.
I'm sure you'll do very well. And you see, basically kind of like just faintly in the shadow, you see a spectral hand similar to the one you've seen Easy use, just sort of pat you gently on the cheek.
I hate magic users. And I say it in Infernal, so I don't know if she'll understand me, but just like, I fucking hate magic.
She says in Infernal,
Oh shit!
then you keep strange company.
I just like stare at her and I'm just like, it is so strange to hear their mother tongue all the way out here. I'm just going to say that.
You're not the only one who's been to Tiratha. Well, have fun with your water and your fighting and everything else, and perhaps I'll see you soon.
I hope for all the best for you and yours.
Kind of gives you like a little bit of a salute, and then walks back into that door behind the bar, kind of disappearing into the back.
I like instantly like panic check all of my pockets again. Like I'm like, please, like there cannot be a single dagger missing from my body. There cannot be a single like weapon missing from my body.
Like I said, aside from what was apparently stolen earlier and what was stolen by her now, which totals altogether about 400 gold.
Jesus! Why? I hate this. Why is so much money gone? Ugh, I hate
She
this.
stole 200. She stole 200, and 200 was stolen earlier.
I hate this. Why are you stealing my money?
What they stole from you, Bear, doesn't seem so bad anymore.
Really? No, I was ecstatic. You only stole 30 gold from me? I was like, that's awesome. Okay, yeah, no problem.
But like,
But you recovered your dagger, and that seems to be it.
Honestly, that's all I cared about. Because it was just like, it was like my plain dagger, correct? It was just like my original dagger.
Yeah, just one of you've got like a bunch of like mundane.
I know,
daggers.
but they're all precious. They each have a story. They're all precious to me. They're all my beautiful pieces.
Yeah, you recovered one that you like that was kind of like in the back part of your belt. That seems to, and it was. You can't help but be a little impressed. Like you figure probably the magic mage hand probably had something to do with it, but you know that
I have a passive perception of 17 and I didn't catch any of it.
Yeah, and she rolled that well, but it was. You also kind of like walk away, kind of thinking, the little shadow puppet show helped as well. Like kept you focused on that, distracted you, even while knowing that the game was happening.
Yep.
So, so as you make your way back outside and we meet with Stoic to go wherever you're going next, we're going to take a break.
Hold on. Can we break out one thing? I don't want you to have a long time.
Yeah.
But the whole time I've been talking with Carl because I have speak with animals and I really want to know what he sounds like.
Well,
Well, let's figure that out later. We're on time.
Yeah, okay. I'll let you think about it. But like,
Doug's in here like, oh wait, I gotta come up with a new voice real fast.
I actually have thought about it because I knew this was coming. So.
yeah. Oh yeah. From Stoic? Oh yeah.
All right. So we'll take a break for about 10 minutes and then we'll come back to keep going.
Cool.
All right. Right back. All right. Welcome back as the party continues preparations and negotiations and just finished some negotiation with the Sacred Face. And so as you guys are Sura and Stoic, you're headed back to the castle.
Talking to Carl.
Right.
I'm gonna pay for this later, and I know it.
All right. So as Asura is inside, you cast
Speak with animals.
beast speech. Yeah, using your.
Carl, if there's an emergency, I'm gonna need you to go find Bear. Do you know who Bear is?
You could talk to me.
I can now, Carl. I can.
Oh. Hi.
Hello. It's so good to finally hear your voice.
Yeah. Well, I talked to you, but you didn't understand me.
But I do now, buddy. I do now.
Oh, good. Do you have any oats?
I can get you some oats and even some apples if you like.
Yeah.
But I may need you to run and find Bear. He's the really tall one with shiny armor that rides with us. He rides your friend, No Name. No, that's easy.
It's Valen.
Or Valen, sorry. What the heck? Bear, what do you ride?
Bruce. Wait, sorry.
Bruce Springs?
Springsteen.
Oh, that's right. He rides your friend Bruce.
Oh, yeah. Well, I could try.
Okay.
There's a lot of people around here.
Well, it's only in case we need it. We may not.
Do I go now?
No, not now. I'll let you know when, because now I can tell you.
Okay. So you'll tell me.
If I need you to. For now, I'm just going to brush you, buddy, because it looks like you like it.
Oh, yeah.
That's all I do is I just sit there. But when he starts making funny noises, I shut the spell off. And
See, the bad thing is now I want you to talk to Bruce because I really don't know what Bruce's voice is.
I know. I really want to talk to Keshi now and see what her voice is.
And Shoney would be good too.
Probably
Yep.
not this episode, but it gives Doug something to think about.
All right. All right. So after that, Nasura comes out and returns back to you. You guys head back to the castle? Or
Yes.
somewhere else? Okay.
I think. Well,
Yeah,
unless we
well,
gotta
I'm
head
gonna- here's the address. We're going to need to get people to go investigate it very quickly.
We're able to convince them
Convince them of what?
to give us the oil they stole.
Here is the address for it, right here.
Okay, just making sure. That could have been.
We yes, I know. We need to move very quickly, though.
Okay. Let's go.
Okay, so you guys are going to the address.
Do we need more people? Because how much was it? Like a couple hundred gallons or something?
It's 100 gallons, but I think we need to make sure it's there before we send people to find it.
Okay, then let's go to the address.
And I jump on Carl and I extend my hand down to her to pull her up.
Grab and come flipping up.
Yeah! Oh, we're going.
Okay. So it leads you to an area sort of in between the Waterfall and Ash district, kind of close to the southeastern wall area, and you eventually find yourself at like a little shop. Seems to be a sort of woodworker shop, but far dingier than like the Oak and Anvil. It seems to be kind of like a little bit of a seedy place, but you walk in and there's kind of a little bit older gentleman who's got kind of stringy hair and kind of one of those like caps on that just is kind of sits on top. It's kind of floppy and sits on top of his head, and he kind of looks up at you and he's like, "Yeah?
We're here to pick up.
Pick up what?"
The hundreds of gallons of things that are being stored.
Right. Well, she told you might come. Well, you follow me. And he starts shuffling towards the back, and you follow him back. Past.
I'm like on alert just in case.
Okay, make a perception check.
Oh no. Oh no. What's my perception again? 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11.
All right. You don't see anything besides him in the immediate vicinity. He leads you back past past a room that has some bits of wood, and then he scoots a log aside. It seems to be kind of, it at first glance looks like it's a large log, but then as he scoots it, you see it's actually got some round pegs that it's sitting on, making it easier to slide out of the way, as revealing a door going down into the floor. And as he's leading you through this, he's just sort of kind of mumbling and talking. He's like, must have given her something good. She there's a lot of we'll just say annoyed people after you took care of that necromancer problem. Kind of ruined one of our little scams. He scoots it out of the way and opens, kind of brushes a few other little small pieces of wood out and pries the door open. Say, necromancer problem created quite a market for this stuff, and well, I guess that market kind of dried up a day ago after word got round. So, well, now it's not so valuable anymore, at least in this quantity. And he leads you down a step ladder, kind of going down into a kind of what looks like an underground kind of cellar area. Where you do indeed see just row after row of jugs of water.
Wait, I thought it was holy oil.
Well, holy water.
Oh,
Not oil. You guys have said oil a couple times, but it's holy water.
okay. That's a horse of a different color.
Is there a way to confirm that this is indeed holy water and not just jugs of water?
I touch it. Do I burn?
Yes, Stoic, do a either Arcana or Religion. I'll let you choose.
I don't think I'm good at it. Yeah, it's a 4. I just can't tell anymore. I don't know what my adder is anymore. Hold on. So it's a 7.
7.
I just can't tell anymore.
You're not really sure. It's, holy water is not at first glance like anything special. So it's kind of hard to tell at a glance.
Does it have any like seals or markers of like children on it?
Yes, on the corks on the top of, as you take one down and look on the cork on the top, it looks like kind of like a brand, like a burn into the cork. You see the symbol of children on the top.
Do you happen to have any wagons or anything that we could load these up on?
Well, I'm sure I could procure one for a price.
Oh, saving the city is its own reward.
Yeah, that.
Well, then it ought to be worth something for you.
Well, that and either you can help get it to us, or we're gonna have to send men here to get it for us. So.
Yeah, it's up to you.
Okay. Just didn't know how many people you wanted knowing about your hidey hole.
As you can see, there's nothing else here of questionable nature, so I got nothing to hide.
Okay. I do a quick count of the bottles because I want to know how many are here before we send men to come get it.
Yeah, so as you count, all these rows of jugs that all seem to be about 1 gallon each. You count 125.
Oh,
nice.
Shit.
Stoic, you can go and collect the men. I'll stay here.
No trust in our new friends?
I have imminent trust in our new friends. I just also know how to count.
You sure?
Mhm.
Purse seems a little light.
Sometimes you have to pay your dues.
Okay. Then I'll go back and let them know where it's at.
Okay. So you make your way back, grab some men in a wagon from the guard who's able to procure one. Takes a little bit of time, but eventually you make your way back. See, about this time, Easy and Farron and Valen and Carrie return to the castle after finishing their work up north as you're leaving to go retrieve the stuff. So you go retrieve the gallons. That's going to take you a while to get back there, load it all up, and make your way back.
Yeah.
What are the rest of you, like Easy, Valen, what are you guys doing right now?
Is it like nighttime at this point? Pretty late?
Well, let's see. This is probably 4:30 when you guys.
Okay.
By the time you return to the castle.
Okay.
I'll stay at the castle front gate. I'll wait for you guys, you and Valen.
Gotcha.
Probably would just stay back and see what the updates are. See if there's any new plans or I mean, I'm guessing we're hearing about the catapult or trebuchet or whatever it was that was getting moved and how it is now not getting moved. How we're down
Down to one.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just I love how our plans aren't even surviving the interview. They're not surviving the planning stage. It's holy water, not holy oil. We're down to one catapult instead of two. It's awesome.
No smiling men.
Yeah, just all the fun stuff.
Yep.
Yeah, probably stay and do some more planning. Talk with Greenwood and the council about what's going on and what options are available to us at this point.
Yep.
Okay. So you continue working on plans and kind of getting ready. As Stoic and Asura retrieve the water, and eventually, so we're probably at like 6:30 at this point, as the sun is starting to go down, returning to the castle where Asura and Stoic, as you guys are walking up to the castle gate, you see another familiar face join you, kind of fall in beside you as you see Thresh, Lieutenant Thresh from the Steel Snakes.
Hey.
Oh yeah.
His,
Big guy.
his tall, kind of half Goliath, kind of chiseled features with a couple of scars, and his hair, his kind of black and gray hair pulled back, like kind of grayish hair pulled back, and dreadlocks pulled back into a thick ponytail of sorts behind him. As he falls in beside you, and he says, "Good to see you well."
You as well, Captain.
I received a mysterious missive to come here with 20 of my best men. It's quickly become apparent why.
We are going up against some pretty insurmountable odds.
I see. I've heard an undead army is attacking.
You heard correctly.
Well, I have 20 of my best men at your disposal. And I've also been bidden to give you this. And he reaches to his side and kind of pulls out a little pack and hands it to you. And inside you find a case of 3 healing potions and 1 greater healing potion.
Okay.
Yeah.
Refresh me. Who called them?
He says he says we received orders from Lady Inthris.
Huh.
That's good.
That makes more sense.
That's very fishy.
We do have allies.
Yeah.
The problem is that it takes several days to get there from there to here. So the fact that you
Right.
were already en route to get here, ahead of knowing that there was going to be a problem.
How did Inthris know?
The question of the hour, isn't it?
That's a good question.
Ask her when she gets back.
Yeah,
That's
this
right.
one, I don't want to know. Just, you're here? Great, cool. We'll figure this later.
Yeah.
There's so many questions I have to ask, but I feel like there is no time because otherwise we will all die.
Yes.
No, guys.
um,
I really kind of wish Loopy was here.
We can certainly
Loopy
use your
really
help.
needs her help.
I do
Yes.
too, but I don't want her to die. I think she might do better in the Feywild.
honestly, of all of us, Lopi would be the one to survive this.
Yeah, that's true.
Most likely, yeah.
Really, what we're trying to do is rally as many people as we can, and I can't think of anyone that could do it better.
She needs to stay with, The girl. They need to. Yeah.
Well, Captain, I can introduce you to Lord Greenwood, who has been coordinating the efforts for tomorrow's. I don't even know what to call it.
TPK.
It's a possibility.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I'm gonna introduce Captain Thresh and Lord Greenwood.
I guess
Okay.
like
as you do, one of the guards approaches you before you make it all the way inside and says, "Pardon me. There's a gentleman here we didn't recognize, a commoner, who says they need to speak with you."
There's Guy.
And
sure. Yeah.
all right. And he gestures this kind of like a middle-aged man walks over, and you see him dressed in kind of strange, kind of sharp styled, nice but commoner wear, but it's of a style that you're not familiar with. But the face looks somehow vaguely familiar. You're trying to place where you've seen this face before, and he says, he walks up and he kind of gives you like a little bit of a bow, and he says, "Greetings. I thank you for being willing to meet me. My name is Edrin Duskrose. We've met before, but I'm afraid I was, pretending to be someone else, and I was in quite a state of shock at the time. And I'm not sure what your intent was with your actions toward me, but the message I walked away with was that I either need to go ahead and die or continue fighting on." And he reaches in his pack and hands you a jar of good berry preserves.
Oh fuck.
Oh, was he the man who was like freaking out in the
Burn Village. The Burn Village.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I just
I remember your face.
Sorry. I was in quite a state at the time, but you reminded me that I couldn't hide anymore. There may yet be time for me to explain my story, but suffice it to say, I've heard what's happening, and while I am not one for direct combat myself, I am gifted with other skill sets. One of them being, we'll say, social in nature. As such, I have managed in a short amount of time to gather about 100 volunteer men to serve as militia.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That is amazing.
Yes, that is.
Thank you.
Wow.
They all understand the serious nature of this and are willing to defend their city. And I'm afraid if I'd had more time, I could perhaps get more, but this is the best I could on such a short timetable.
It is more than we could have even imagined, so thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I don't take it lightly what they are doing for their people.
Yes, well, they are not trained, they are not they're not true soldiers, but I imagine, given the circumstances that if the circumstances I've heard are true, then you probably won't be picky.
Oh,
If they have a good constitution, that is perhaps all we need at this point. I will need to get you in contact with the ones who are managing the military and the soldiers and get them connected with soldiers who could perchance show them the ropes as best as possible.
Very good. They await just outside the Leaf District.
I will come in, and we will introduce you to the heads of this whole operation.
He does. As you regather everyone basically all together now, of the people in charge and the people, in your party and everything, you're all gathered together now regathered together in the throne room. Assuming you make the introductions and kind of fill in Greenwood on what the deal you made with the Sacred Face, and
yeah, I only give them the first deal. I say nothing about my own deal.
Okay.
I keep that mine.
Okay. All right. So Greenwood says to Edrin, he says, "Well, we're welcome to have you. Any help we can get right now is good. We will make sure your men are armed, and we will divide them amongst other squads so that we spread out the inexperience." So now that I'm glad to hear that we have such a supply of holy water. What is your intent to do with it?
can
To
you?
be perfectly honest, I don't actually know why we needed it. I was just told we needed it, and I made sure we got it.
Yeah, I was gonna ask. I know it's bad for the skeletons, but does it give them disadvantage or does it hurt them?
Let's see. I believe both of you would know.
I knew. I was hoping it was oil because holy oil burns and it also coats weapons. You can't coat weapons with holy water because it doesn't stay on the blades. So
holy water is used in a variety of rituals and things like that, but it's you can throw a vial of it at undead as well as certain other creatures, and it takes radiant damage.
Oh, okay.
yeah, so we could water balloon the shit out of them with a catapult.
Let's say we put them on those catapults. Take out a few of them before they get here.
Well, it'll help. It'll definitely need some crowd control.
I say we do that then. We put as many jars by the catapults, maybe save a few for the top of the wall to drop them on any skeletons that get past us.
Yeah.
How would you get 125? So maybe 25 on the top wall, 100 divided amongst the catapults.
It may be good to separate some out into smaller portions and hand them out to the soldiers as well.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So I was thinking we have 200 men that Greenwood got, and we have 100 men that Edrin got, and there's 10 Sable and 20 from Thresh. How do you guys feel about having those 30 with us on the front lines?
We'll definitely need eyes in the sky. And I believe that the Sable Guard, that they have the ability to fly. Yes? We've seen them fly, correct?
On their horses, yeah.
So we'll need at least one or two up there as eyes in the sky to kind of see how the the groups are moving, because we've got everything pressed to the front, the north of the city. So if anybody tries to cut south, we need to be able to just dissuade that action. We need to be able to know when to send catapults to different places to basically keep them corralled to the north, where we can do the most harm with all of our setup.
So we'll have to save a few of the Sable Guard back on the wall, because Sable Guard can contact other Sable Guard. They have that mind link, so we'll have to save a few of them back here. Maybe keep one or two with us, also for that mind link.
We need to have them best positioned to communicate effectively with everybody. Any changes, any strategy that needs to be changed on the fly as these creatures move into different positions. However, we know for a fact at least one of them is specifically here to help us take down the big one. And we need to make sure that that individual is safe to finish and conduct their spell casting. We know that there are 3 markings on this giant that if it takes significant damage, can also be an effective tool.
Do you believe the holy water would help in damaging that, and damaging those runes?
I do not know. I'm going to look at the captain and our friend Edric, the gnome friend.
The down the
just kind
stairs
of
guy.
Yeah, the down the stairs guy.
Okay.
And just talk to them
Yeah,
about
yeah.
like what is the best strategy to go after this big guy and make sure that we are keeping his guy safe for what he needs to do spellcasting wise, while also actively going after these 3 runes.
So Edric says, well, I'm afraid I don't really know. My notes don't have anything about holy water in particular. I know vaguely that holy water is not pleasant to an undead, but I don't know about these runes in particular. What will be done with them, I don't know. I'm afraid I'm not going to be much help in terms of combat tactics. Thresh
No, but you
says,
have a very good pieces of information, and any information you can give us to use to our advantage is critical.
Yeah, well, yes, that's why I'm here, to relay the information I've already given you. Nothing else comes to mind.
Is there any other strengths of a sea giant we should be aware of? You said they have magical powers. Would a zombie sea giant also have magical powers?
Well, I suppose we're sort of in new, sort of pioneering tech, magic, you know. I don't know. I don't know if he retains any powers that he had, you know, before he was dead. And honestly, the sea giants lived so long ago in the ancient days. You know, it's the legend is that they existed right after the gods. It's very hazy the further back you go.
Okay.
Bethrin, what are your thoughts?
He thinks for a second. He starts making gestures at Edric, who kind of watches him and says, I'm afraid 100-foot tall skeletons are not in my specialty.
Seems to
party.
be seems to be going around, but what about, and then I look to what's his face? Ithrix.
Yes.
Is there any information about the nature of these giants that you know? Any weaknesses? anything we can take advantage of here on the field.
We have 2 ways of defeating it. Hold it in place so that we can complete the ritual. Or if this gnome is correct, destroy the key runes. We must devise a strategy to do one of these 2 things.
So to do your ritual, we have to contain him physically?
He must be held in place.
How
Not
long?
bound, but within an area.
How big of an area?
He looks at the sort of bald one for a moment, and about 30 feet.
Of which part of him? He's 100 foot tall.
I think they mean 30 feet, like in motion, like in direction.
Oh, okay.
Can we not 2 birds, 1 stone this? Can we not both attack these key symbols while your other one is also doing their magic, in that we are causing damage through the symbols at the same time that they are casting the spell, so whoever gets there first?
Regardless, we're going to have to find a way to contain him some kind of way.
Well, didn't we get that giant chain?
We did. My thoughts behind that were, if we have a general idea of the distance away from us that we want to execute this, I've thought of a way to distract him so that 2 sable riders can tow the chain and basically entangle his feet to bring him down. And I think once we bring him down, if we take not a huge party, but the 20 elites that Valen mentioned, plus us, and we attack the 3 symbols, we should be able to contain him long enough for them to cast their spell.
Get a way to separate the skeleton, the giant, from the horde, then I think that would actually probably be more beneficial.
I just do not want to be out on the battlefield going after this big guy who's on the ground while all his little minions are crawling all over me.
Yes, I want to make sure we get everything separated.
It's going to be hard to separate him, but if the catapults narrowed their fire on crowd control with the holy water while we were attacking the big, it may buy us enough time. I don't know. And I turned to the sable guards going, how much time did you need again for that?
Ideally, about 30 seconds.
Wait,
5 rounds.
This could be longer if he's not well protected.
Let me, I think we need to consult the magic 8 ball. Easy. What are your thoughts on this?
Oh yeah. I think that if we can get the horde to make it to the cornhole, then we can defeat them. Did I tell you about the cornhole?
Nope.
No? Okay.
No, maybe he didn't. I thought he did. I'm sorry.
I mean,
I want to hear it again.
Hear it again.
we can say he summarizes it for us.
I summarized it for
Yeah.
the most part, and I gesture over to the Farron. I'm assuming he's still there, right? He's still among us.
Yeah, you see him kind of like sitting at a chair, kind of like by a column, a little ways away from the table and everything. And you say his name, and you just see him kind of go, yes.
Our friend Farron here is going to move a lot of the earth with a very powerful spell that created a very deep ditch in the front gate, and I think that is our best solution if we can get them to come that way. Now, I think that if we can fight from the wall, will give us our best chance, our best chances overall. But if we need to have some ground people out there, then that's fine. I won't be on the ground with you. I will be in the air, flying around, being a wizard. But I think that we should probably have most of our efforts towards the north wall. But if we see them go someplace else, we should probably have contingency, if you say, for the other military in other parts. But yeah, I think that we need to be on the very front side, and behind the trench, the cornhole, if you call it. If you want to call it that.
Yeah, yes, that sounds good.
Do you guys remember when we fought that other giant on the mountaintop?
Mm-hmm.
You mean where you got thrown off the cliff and almost died?
Yes. After that, remember how badass it was when I made him scared and made him stop in his tracks? You remember that?
What did you use to do that?
Yeah, what was that? Yeah.
It's a silver flame feature. I call it Abjure Enemy. And it just so happens that undead creatures are even more susceptible to it. So there's a decent chance I could make him stop. And as long as nobody attacks him, he can't move for a minute.
That's pretty good, yeah.
He just has to be
Is
within...
not casting a spell on him attacking him?
Do what? What?
Is that not what they would be doing when they are casting a spell?
I think it means physical damage. As long as we don't physically damage him. Yeah, no damage. He can't take any damage for 1 minute, and he can't move. He's got to be within 60 feet of me.
Well, I think that sounds like a damn good plan.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to say this. We cannot have the cornhole be the only point of contact. It
Well-
is a trench and a single catapult. That is the most weakly defended place in this entire northern wall.
But it's
It has a
also
house-
the
has a house
least
wall.
inhabited.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
We take him over. The shambles has the most catapults, but it's also the shambles.
And at this point, it has already been well established that this is going to be territory that is willing to be destroyed. Because 4 catapults are on that side. It is the most fortified by the sheer quantity of potential, large implementation of attack we can do. Plus, if you throw catapults on these makeshift sheds and things like that, when little creepy things are crawling inside of it, it smashes both on and top of it. I am saying this knowing full well that I was the one saying I do not want to destroy the outer city gates, but this has already been established.
Yes. But it's also, we need to draw them to what looks like the weakest point.
It is the weakest point. It doesn't look like the weakest point.
But
It is one
why
catapult in a ditch.
But that's why we're setting the traps. Because then if we know where they're coming, it's much easier to defend. If we defend our strongest points, it's not where they're going to attack.
Thresh is like bent over, kind of looking at the map of the city and everything. And he says, "Also, if this map is accurate, the walls immediately around the castle are 100 foot tall, while the other walls are on the other side of the Leaf District are 50."
Yep.
So I'm thinking maybe you put me, the Sable Guard wizard, on top of that wall. Hopefully I can make him stop while the wizard does his thing.
I think you'll be too far away. If we gather in front of the cornhole, I know a way that we can lead him directly towards us. And if we trip him, drop him in front of us, you would be able to hold him while they cast the spell.
But we need to figure out the horde. If we are 100 feet,
that is what 300 soldiers and catapults are for.
but that's still, we don't know how many zombies are headed our way.
A lot. We know that there's more than 300 heading our way.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
But we also know they are not coming as a single unit. They're coming in these like chunks of them.
Right, but he's not coming alone. When the big guy gets here, he's gonna have little guys on his feet.
I'm just hoping he's faster.
He's slower. The little guys are faster.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, I don't know about
The
that.
little
either.
guys, the last time we heard, I look at Ithrix again. The last we heard, their smaller hordes were coming in ahead of the big guy, correct?
Some of them are moving faster. Some of them are not.
Listen, just tell me where you want me.
To hide and to shoot
From
and,
the
and to take out as many as you can and watch our backs.
Oh yeah.
So, Stoic, I do like your plan of being there on the front, but as I was saying, we can't deal with the giant while also fending off dozens, maybe hundreds of small skeletons.
Well, that's why we're taking the was it 20 or 30 elite mercenaries?
20.
That'll help.
When
That'll
it-
definitely help. But if we need 30 seconds, that's all the time we need.
Yeah.
To stop him, bring him down. I don't want to put all our eggs in this plan for sure. Like, let's have other plans, but let's make this let's do what we can to give these guys 30 seconds.
Then let's get more men. We can hide in the cornhole. They can hide in the cornhole until the breach happens, until we direct them towards us, and then we can rush them.
What's so wrong about being on top of the wall here? Because the skeletons can't get to us from the wall. It would take some time to get to us. It's not impossible.
Can you hit the ruins from on top of the wall?
I mean,
Well, I think
archers could.
the runes on the top of the giant's head.
Well, if we knock him down,
But if
you know what I'm
we,
saying? And they're not, the ruins may not be on his head, they may be on his body.
but
I'm just
if we do the plan where I make him stop and the wizard does his spell, we can't attack him. If we attack him, then that plan's over with.
but we need to be able to attack the small minions to keep them away from him. Can we do that from the wall? We're all kind of frontline fighters. Well, at least 3 of us are.
I know. So, okay, do we want to attack? I guess the question is, do we want to put more effort into the runes plan or into the wizard ritual plan?
I think both. We give the ritual a shot, and if we can't contain him, we're in position to attack it.
Well, because I believe he said that if any damage done to the giant will help quicken the spell or help its efficiency or viability, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, if that's the case, then maybe we need to attack it before. Try and take out a rune or two before we put it under a spell.
And also, on that matter, how are we going to attack the runes when we're, this big and he's this big?
Well, that's why I was hoping to knock him down. Because if we trip him and we bring him down to ground level, we can attack any point on him physically. Even Valen, who punchy punch.
I mean, or Val and I can climb it.
So have the Sable Guard drop us on his head, and we just start hitting.
That is entirely up to you. I think it's a great idea, but I would hate for you to fall 100 feet.
100-foot fall, yeah. It's a bit of a...
Well, I have the
covered.
potion of climbing, and I have the potion of climbing.
You have the potion of climbing, but do you have the potion of feather fall?
No.
I think I have feather.
Does anyone want to give me? Does anyone want to give me featherfall?
Do I have featherfall?
I don't think I could teach you the featherfall spell until before tomorrow, yeah.
Is there any way that someone can give it to me as a item?
I would have to cast it on you, yeah.
There's no way that you can put the spell into something?
So I wasn't going to tell you guys because I thought you'd try to stop me.
Oh, jeez. Not another secret. I can't.
Why I'm telling you now.
Tell us everything.
I told you that I have a plan to lead the skeleton to where we want him.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
My plan is that you fire me from the catapult. Hold on.
What?
This spell works better if I can get easy to cast haste on me. I do have the ability to fly. And I have an Eldritch Blast of 120-foot range. I can bumblebee the shit out of this dude.
You mean like fly around and...
And yeah, if you shoot me with the catapult to get me close, I can cast fly while I'm flying and then Eldritch Blast him in the head to anger him.
Okay.
And with haste, I would be able to fly 120 feet per round and fly back to lead him in that direction, which I think would work. But then he's following me. So I can get him here. We just got to figure out what we want to do with him when he's here.
Could you buzz around his head and just keep him all topsy-turvy distracted?
I can, and that was kind of the plan. They could trip him because no one else is going to be able to hit him anywhere but the ankles if we don't bring him down.
But what if it doesn't work? What if Bear's ability to stop him doesn't stop him? What if the chains that are meant to trip him don't trip him? What is the plan then?
I think the plan goes chains first.
Yeah.
If that doesn't work, then I can try and do my thing.
But you said it was only 60 feet. That puts him 60 feet away from a 100-foot wall where he is 100 feet.
Right. No, I know.
Less bears in the field. And we pick the point where we want to try to trip him.
And Thresh
We're
says,
talking in circles now.
Thresh says, That begs the question, how are we going to ensure that it attacks the area we want it to attack? It could go over to the 50-foot wall and perhaps step over it.
Well, I was hoping to infuriate it and be the bait to lead it.
Well, how do we know it's not basically a really big skeleton, which skeletons only really attack what's right in front of them? They don't have emotion, they just whatever's there.
Edric says, but not necessarily. It really depends. I mean, different undead have different intelligence levels. Some of them are quite intelligent, as you might have known from, say, a vampire in history. Simple skeleton is, it's got enough knowledge for simple things like, doorknobs and weaponry and things of that nature, but maybe very simplistic problem solving, but, are quite, simplistic in their thinking. But something the size of this, the nature, the magical power of a seed giant might be intelligent. We don't know. It typically takes great power to raise something of intelligence while being undead, but this is obviously great power, so who knows?
Indeed it is. Do we want to try to distract it then? Find something that would get its attention?
Oh, Bumble Stoic could do that.
My hope was that if I couldn't, it would start far enough away that we'd have time to adjust. Because if we wait until it reaches the walls to try and guide it to where we want it, it may already be too late.
And we can't. I know Farron did his earth moving. There's no more earth moving possible.
Well, if you can give me more time, I can move quite a bit in a few days if you want to delay this for a while.
Farron, unfortunately, time is not really on our side.
Never is. It sort of always does what it wants.
Yeah. I think the Stoic's idea is quite good, yeah. I think having him agitate our 100-foot friend would be quite a story, yeah.
And get him to lead. All right, so here's the question. If this works, if we can lead him, where are we leading him?
To the 100-foot wall, yeah. We don't want him to go to the 50-foot wall, yeah. He just, like you say, step right over.
But then before that, like, where's our choke point? Is that the word I want to use? Like, where are we? I know we're out in front, but like, how far out in front? Like, where are we taking him to?
Well, unfortunately, the trench is really close to the wall. We have the mounds on the side to kind of funnel people towards it. And so if we can at least lead them towards the funnels, it's isolated. No minimal casualties from non-combatants. We could trip it at some point, and we don't have to worry. Anybody attacking from the wall will be defended by the wall and also the ditch.
So you're saying we lead him towards the ditch. That's our point of contact.
It's our best defensive point, but it looks like our weakest. So
I also feel like that maybe should be our last resort. if you're going to engage him with this flying, it should be. I feel like it should be further out, and that when we get to the wall, that should be the last thing.
It will be. We just need to figure out where we want to trip him.
Right. That's what I'm asking. Where are we taking him to do that?
I'd rather he fall in an open field rather than on people's homes.
And we're going to trip him with the sable guard and the chain.
Correct. We need 2 sable guard and the chain that's in connection. And then once he falls, that'll put him within range of everyone's attacks, not just ours, but whatever guards and soldiers we take with us.
Okay. So then we trip him in the field. We attack him when he falls, if he falls. And then when he gets up, if he gets up, and we fail at that point, we retreat back to the wall where our Sable Guard wizard friend is waiting. And then when he gets close up, then we do the thing to contain him and do the ritual.
Yeah.
Sounds good to me.
I think that's about the only options that we have right now.
Mm-hmm.
And he'll be tall enough to where we can start wailing on his head, hitting the runes.
We don't know where the runes are.
I thought they were all on his head.
Well, there's some there.
Yeah, we know his head was covered. We haven't seen the rest of him.
Mm-hmm.
I misunderstood that. I thought it was all on his head.
It would
So,
be a safe spot, yeah. Being 100 foot tall.
Thresh says, so where are you trying to hold him in place?
Out in the cornfield.
Yes.
60 foot away from the wall, I guess. That's as far as the range that we have with our paladin.
60 foot?
Well, I can 60 foot from me. And wherever you want me to do that, wherever you want the wizard to be. I don't know what his range is.
Well, where do you feel safest?
I mean, the wall, obviously. So, 60 foot from the wall, is that our Alamo point?
Well, we also have the horses that could potentially fly you out a little bit further if need be.
I can't yet cast. I can only cast fly on myself at this point. I can't quite yet cast on others.
The Sable Guard's flying horses.
I'm just putting that out there.
Yeah.
I wish I could, but we have an archer who's unparalleled at this point, and a wizard who is also far distanced. It's there's a few of us, myself included, that aren't very good unless we're at close range. So,
all right. So the plan is to try to get him. We'll try to entangle him 60 feet from the 60 feet from the wall, because that's where Barry you want to be.
Well, yeah. Unless there's another place I can be. I'm just thinking like to break concentration. I don't want to have to concentrate, or the wizard to concentrate with hordes of skeletons crawling all over.
I don't think there is. I mean, it sounds like Valen and I need to try and trip him up and hit some ruins, and then he's going to get up. And that's when you three go from long range, unless some of you want to be down on the front line.
I will take whoever wants to go with me, and we can man the cornhole. And then once he's within 60 feet, I'll do my thing. And the Sable Wizard could be on the wall, ready to do his thing.
Thresh turns to Ithrex and says, how close does your wizard need to be? And Ithrix listens for a second, then says, 60 feet.
Perfect.
It's all within 60 feet.
Oh yeah.
Well, Sora, easy. Where do you guys want to be?
I'm useless no matter where I am. I am either one shot at range, or I am 2 daggers in close up. But what I am good at is dexterity. I can get in and out of things. I can move through things.
Curious
So if I'm going...
Curious says, you're not useless.
So either you drop me in this guy and I'm going after the runes, or I'm just shooting little arrows from distance.
Your arrows aren't little. And your shots matter.
Hmm.
The question is, how far can you shoot?
I currently have a crossbow which only has about 80 feet. And I have a short bow which also only has about 80 feet. I can get up to 320 feet, but that is with disadvantage.
So
You want to be down on the ground with us, or up on the wall, or you can hide and shoot.
I want to be in the air.
So wind up being up to Ithrix, isn't it? Whether you can use their horses to fly around.
It would be.
Is that possible? And speaking to Ithrix, is that possible?
Have two that you can use.
Well, if you want to be airborne, I think that's the best way to do it. It does allow for a lot more options when things change. We have to readjust.
I mean, just so you understand, I don't have fancy weapons. Like, I don't have magic damage. I am just literally hitting something.
I will be doing the same thing. And Easy and Stoke, you can cast Fly on yourselves.
I can, yes.
I could cast it on somebody else who's willing. But
I feel like having as many people actually airborne might be more beneficial, because again, it allows for flexibility when things change.
yeah. I'll start off on the wall and helping out Stoic in the beginning. And then I could come and assist where I can, yeah.
I think that's a good call.
Yeah. I can't cast haste and supply at the same time. I has to commit to one or the other.
Well, if you can cast haste on me long enough for me to draw him to the point where we trip him, I won't need it anymore.
Ah, perfect. And then we have the plan, yeah.
So it's me and Easy at the wall.
Yeah.
You three in the air, trying to trip him, take him down.
Yep. And then if he gets past us, which he will, we just need to understand that.
Mm-hmm.
We'll be able to back you two up when you put the freeze on him.
Remember, and look at everyone in the room. If this works, if I freeze him, do not attack him. If he stops moving, you tell your men, do not attack. You can attack the little guys, but do not attack the big guy. Sorry, go ahead, Stoke. You were talking.
No, that seems like a plan.
I think maybe we have the 100 militia that were just brought in. They're on the wall. Need to figure out what to do with Colonel Oak's men, which I don't know, Greenwood, if you have anything planned with that or not. The 200 trained people.
20.
No, he's got 200 men.
His men.
Yeah.
I got you.
The 20 I've got another
That
idea
was
with him.
the remainder of the city guard plus the commandeered personal guards from the nobles.
Right.
Is that doesn't seem to affect the clerics or the paladins either, does it?
So the paladins, you've got about a dozen, because most of them are with the army. Kind of dozen that are left behind or nearby or kind of on their way in to the city here to work with. So what Octo explained was that most of the kind of trained clerics had either been sent back to their home temples or they're with the army.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why, Laura, who's a brand new cleric, was sent to you, and Octo is basically working with volunteers and apprentices to set up like healing areas nearby, like in strategic points.
They're gonna do like MASH tents, right?
Yeah, basically
Yeah.
triage situations.
So Laura is the only cleric. I guess the only cleric now, actually.
Besides Sister Kiri.
Oh yeah, Kiri's a cleric.
I thought she was just some priestess.
Mhm.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Well,
So what do you think? Maybe the dozen paladins with me at the cornhole, or do you want to spread them out a little bit more?
So Greenwood says, it seems like you're developing a good plan, a solid plan for dealing with the large one at the northern wall, but I don't think I can, in good faith, leave other parts of the wall around the city unguarded, especially when the Smiling Men are threatening to allow skeletons in another way, and we don't know where that is. I think it would be wise to put some resources in other places, and especially on the lower northern walls. If his distraction fails, or even if he succeeds in distracting the big one, we don't know that all of them will follow suit, or if they will attack other parts of the wall
that's very true.
or gate.
Agreed.
So, Greenwood, are you saying you want to spread the 300 militia, guard, and whatever throughout the city wall?
I think that would be wise. At
Agreed.
least
No.
to some degree.
I
Absolutely.
want to get the numbers down. That makes sense.
So we will need a little help with the smaller ones while we take out the big one, but not everybody.
I think the dozen paladins and I can do some damage to the little ones.
If we take the 20 mercenaries and your paladins,
I think that's a good
we should
force.
be fine.
You want to take them all to that first point? You don't want to leave
Yes,
anything
actually.
behind the cornhole with me? I need somebody with me.
Well, we're not going to be that far away. It's only going to be about 60 feet.
I thought
we got
the tripping point was a lot further out.
It is, but the actual capture is going to take place a little closer.
Oh, okay. Well then, we could set up the paladins and Thresh's men at that 60 feet marker. Yeah, that's a good idea.
So Greenwood's got the rest of the city, and we've got the attack point with us 20 or 30 mercenaries.
20.
20 and
Yep.
12 paladins.
So we're a little over 30 men on top of what we have.
Which
So I guess it's 7 of us, considering that we're going to probably have Kiri and the Alora.
Laura. I hate to ask this of you, Bear, but if your paladins have any kind of healing, it may be more beneficial elsewhere.
I mean,
Some
first
of them at least.
Yeah. They're not my paladins, but yeah, that makes sense. I still say, I mean, for selfish sake, I kind of want someone with me at the cornhole. I don't want to be by myself.
I agree, but maybe if you send 5 of them to help with healing the clerics can't do it all.
I mean, if that's fine with Anselin, they're his men, but yeah, we could, if 6 don't mind staying with me and helping me out, we could do some damage on those little guys for sure.
Who's going to protect the Sable Wizard?
Oh, good point.
That's why I thought the mercenaries were for ya. That they protect.
Fuck those injured guys. Send the 6 paladins to him.
Wait, you want the 6 paladins to protect the wizard? Is that what you're saying?
Kind of.
I'm not against it.
Like, yeah, I didn't think about that
Keeps
part.
things alive, yeah.
Well, easy. You'll be up there with him, right?
Is that what counts the wall?
I mean, that's where he's gonna be.
To be honest, I think that may be the best point for Laura too.
Yeah.
She doesn't have much combat experience. She can help heal us, but I don't know if we want to throw her right in the fray.
Thresh, I know you might want to be with your men, but do you mind protecting the Sable Wizard as well?
Ooh, good thought.
That's what you wish.
Yeah, if you could send your 20 men to the choke point and you stay back with the Sable Wizard.
Good thought.
So I and 6 of the paladins.
But then I'm alone again.
No, you still have 6 paladins.
Okay, so 6 with me and then 6 with the wizard.
Yep, and Thresh.
Okay, I'm cool with this.
I'm writing down. So on the wall is Sable, 6 paladins, or the Sable Wizard, 6 paladins, Thresh, Alora, easy.
Yeah.
And then in the hole is Bear, 20 mercenaries,
And 6 paladins.
6 paladins, and Valen.
I thought Valen's with you at the tripping point.
Well, is he flying like with me, or because I know Asora's going to fly with me, but she's got ranged attack.
I mean, I can use bows.
Can you?
Yep. Yeah.
Also, Stoic, the potion of growth that I gave you, it makes your weapon damage more effective, I think. I don't know what it does for magical damage, so you might want to think about taking that.
I thought it's in my equipment. I was gonna let that be a backup plan B thing in case. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
The moment will come. There, 20 marks. So Valen, you are flying with us in the air?
Yeah, I guess I can. If we've got 2 horses available, I can fly on the other one.
So that still leaves about 9 or 8 other Sable Guard.
2 of them are with the chain to do the trip, because they need the strength of the horses.
Okay, so that's down to 7.
You had
And
said-
then you specifically said that you wanted them lined along the towers, along the walls, to be able to communicate with each other as like
yeah.
things change during combat.
Yep. So we'll need, I guess, 1 at each location. And one in the air that's not trying to trip him. So 2
So-
tripping.
2 tripping, 1 in the air. The wizard doing his thing, which leaves 8 to spread out everywhere else.
Yeah, I mean, we can't hog them all.
Yeah. Have them help where they need help.
And spread them out in a way that they can see all areas of the battlefield, so that they're able to share information from their particular sector. You've got someone in the air who's watching kind of the overall migration, so they can say like, hey, you've got more incoming on your wall, you've got less coming in on your wall. And if things go awry, we've got enough different locations to call for changes in maneuver.
Okay.
Plus, once the 2 that did the tripping finish the tripping, we can also realign them to either become airstrike as well, or if they needed like move to help coordinate like corralling and getting these like groups to like move into places we need them. We now have 2 individuals who both have flying actions that can kind of become can rearrange where they're needed most in moments.
And I think we probably should have most of the holy water up on top of the wall, on the 100-foot wall.
Yeah, I think that's what Bear was saying.
Well,
Okay.
I was saying load on the catapults and have a good portion, not most, but like a 4th at the top of the wall, but the rest should be spread on the catapults.
Which is on top of the wall.
Mhm.
Holy shit, y'all! I think we have a plan. It only took 2 episodes, but I think we have a plan.
No plan.
And do each of us also have holy water as well, like little vials of it?
Probably should. At least maybe a couple.
Some canisters. No,
So
yeah.
So Greenwood
Run to
says, all right. So Bear and 6 paladins are going to be down on the ground with the mercenaries. Is that correct?
Yes.
On the
Yes.
wall, Elora, Easy, the Sable Guards Wizard, and 6 paladins will help protect. Will help protect the wizard.
Stay on the wall again.
Elora, Easy, the Sable Wizard, and 6 paladins.
And Thresh, and the head of the mercenary guy.
That's
Oh, he's not a
Thresh.
fighter. Oh, wait.
Thresh is the head of the mercenary.
Mm-hmm.
I thought there was
She's
another
the-
guy that you had
Yes,
mentioned.
yes.
Edric is not a fighter. He's just
Got you.
he's just a political
In-
guy.
Okay.
And Farron, right? On top of the wall.
You haven't said where Farron's going, so
Oh, Farron should go on top of the wall.
okay.
Okay.
I'm okay with that.
Farron's up there.
Yeah.
Okay. So Stoic will try to enrage and distract and lead the large one into the key point, where the Sable Guard will attempt to trip them, while you protect the wizard as Bear uses his ability to hold the creature in place. If that fails, then Asura and Valen and anyone else will try to find the runes on the skeleton and destroy it that way.
Yes, but I have Asura and Valen in the air with me, is what I have written down.
All right.
They're going to go airborne as well. But if they're airborne, they might as well assist with the leading and sharpshooting in the runs.
Right. One sable guard in the air for reconnaissance. The one, of course, is the wizard. Two are manipulating the chain, and the rest are spread out among all other points strategically to facilitate communication. As he pauses, Sister Kiri's like, "But where do you want me?"
Kiri, do you want to fight with me? I'd like your company.
I want to do whatever helps the most.
Guys, you disagree?
Down.
I'm torn because we do need to have healing available to us, but I guess we do have those 3 potions that were just brought, correct?
Well, we have a healer on the wall. We don't have a healer on the ground, but we do have 6 paladins.
Well, I said we also we don't have healing with us who are actually like attacking the giant either.
True, but we'll be able to either retreat to the wall or the ground.
You have 4 healing potions, I think, right?
Yeah, because I think I've got a healing potion.
Yeah.
One greater.
It's three healing and then 1 greater.
And then I gave you 1. So you have 5.
Yeah, I've got 1 on me.
I haven't divvied them out yet. The 4 that were given to me, I haven't divvied them out, and I still have the 1 from before.
Oh, that's good.
What healing's on the top of the wall again?
Allura.
And the 6 paladins. They're quasi.
We have 6 paladins in the hole. We just don't have cleric.
Yeah. Which could also be helpful against the horde.
So Kiri's going to be down there with Bear and the 6 paladins.
I think so. I think it's going to be the best place for her.
I'm gonna grab Kiri real fast though and just stare at her and be like, as much as you're there to protect everyone else, protect yourself too.
Okay. You too. As she says that, there's the doors burst open as a soldier runs in and says, Lord Greenwood, there's a, and Greenwood says, take a breath, speak clearly. There's commoners, quite a few of them coming in from a neighboring city to the north. They're making their way, trying to get inside the walls, but there's already some skeletons here. They're being attacked. Ithric says, we can get you there. And that's where we're going to end tonight.
Right. Oh,
guys, next episode we're fighting a giant.
So ready.
Gosh.
So ready.
Are we though?
No. But I'm ready.
I know.
Stoke's ready. Let's do it.
You've got a pretty big plan in place.
Woof.
Also, I have to say too, I haven't really given inspiration in this campaign, but if I did, it would probably go to Asura for using the Smiling Man's negotiation in the Sacred Face.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
That's pretty clever.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
That was really good.
Now, the last time Asura decided to pin these baddies against each other, it blew up in her face.
Yeah.
So who knows how bad this will be for me? But
Not learning lessons, just rerouting them a little bit.
yeah, just making bigger mistakes.
Yeah. That's what you do. Go big or go home, you know?
Well, thank you.
I appreciate that. That was clever leverage. Cleverage, as you know.
leverage.
Well done.
Coming to you
was
this
waiting
fall
for it.
on CBS.
Here on it.
CVS.
Right.
Oh lordy.
On TNT.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't know. I was like, I haven't seen a TV. Like, I haven't been on like TV stations in so long.
Yeah.
All right. I am excited for next week. Like, I am excited to see how this all plays out.
That's one word.
It's been a pleasure to play with all of you. I'll miss you
Indeed.
very much. I'll start rolling my new character.
Yep.
No.
Yeah. So we will see how these choices and plans kind of made in these in all these efforts pan out. So I am excited. So we'll see you guys next Monday as the undead arrive in Eldoin.
I'm so nervous.
No, I'm
Me
not
too.
jazzed. I'm super
Mm.
pumped.
Heck yeah. See you guys next week.
Bye.
I
Bye.
See y'all.